Welcome to Yankton Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. This broadcast is made possible by the following Sportscaster Club members: Midwest Insurance Agency, Murph's Appliance, Yankton Thrive, Stockman's Motorsports, Les Schwab Tires, Linda's Angel Crossing, MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency, Hy-Vee, Vichy, Elwood Dental, Floortech Restoration, Angela's Mexican Store, Yankton Rexall, KFC Taco Bell, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, America's Best Realty, Larson Carpet, Elkhorn Valley Bank, Anytime Fitness, King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, Yankton Medical Clinic, All Seasons Power Sports, Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Wince and Ray Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, JR's Oasis, Intech Cleaning and Restoration, The Bone Setter, Triple Time Rudy's, Farmers Union Insurance, Meridian Photo, Graham Tire, Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, H&H Roofing, Boss's Pizza and Chicken, Wall of Fame, Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals, and Raven Books. Now, for the Anytime Fitness pregame show with the voice of Yankton Athletics, Zach Spear.
Hello and welcome to the Summit, home of Yankton Bucks and Gazelles basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'm Zach Spear, joined by Justin Paisano helping out on camera and running the stream tonight. Thanks for tuning in. All Yankton Athletics are brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. We've got a great Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show lined up with senior interviews, meeting the roster. I know we did get through that as well during the Gazelles' first game, but for anyone who wasn't available to tune in for that first game, we're going to do it again here, and we'll have that for the Bucks later tonight as we've got a doubleheader. Both the Bucks and Gazelles hosting the Harrisburg Tigers. Again, it's the Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Let's make healthy happen. Let's chat about the Gazelles and the Harrisburg Tigers. Both teams have gotten a game in with the Gazelles defeating Sioux Falls Lincoln and Harrisburg falling to Marshall, Minnesota. The Tigers are going to be looking for their first win while Yankton looks to keep winning. Of course, playing at home makes things a little nicer for the Gazelles, but this should be a great game. Keep an eye on the tempo of the game. Yankton is a team that likes to run, and Harrisburg might be looking to do the same. Now let's take a look at last year's numbers. Last year, Yankton put up 37 points per game compared to Harrisburg's 44.5 points per game. Yankton gave up just over 60 points per game. Harrisburg gave up roughly 47 points per game. For Yankton, their average game was a loss of 23.5 points per game last year, and for Harrisburg, an average of a loss of 2 points per game. Last year's matchup was a pretty close one. Harrisburg defeated Yankton with a final score of 49-39. But this year, 1-0 for Gazelles as they defeated Sioux Falls Lincoln 61-10. Harrisburg fell to Marshall 44-59. Again, it was a fairly close matchup between these two teams, with Harrisburg pulling out the win. Last season, the Gazelles finished 1-19 on the year, while the Tigers closed out the year 10-11, falling in the Sodak 16. Now, Harrisburg has a similar situation of what we saw from Sioux Falls Lincoln last week. They've lost a lot of their starting players. They'll return just one starter from last year. And again, Yankton did not lose a single starter. In Yankton's win, everything was working last week, so it should be a good test, and maybe for the coaches, give them something, what to look at for what needs to be improved. When you won 61-10, it's hard to say what needs to be done better. Harrisburg did lose in their first game, but they played a Marshall team that had put up 100 points before they played Harrisburg in a game. Harrisburg kept them to 59 points. So we're going to see if that defense gives the Gazelles some struggles here tonight. It's now time to meet the Yankton Gazelles 25 and 26 roster.
Lucy Johnson, number 1, guard.
Kelson Wells, number 3, forward.
Addie Muth, number 4, forward.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard. Nora Kraske, number 11, guard.
Berkeley Olson, number 12, guard.
Jordan Kudera, number 13, guard. Isabel Sheldon, number 14, forward. Time Bestie, number 15, guard. September Rao, 21, guard. Sabrina Kraske, number 22, guard. Brenna Elwood, number 23, guard. Olivia Woods, number 30, forward. Maddie Tarashinsky, number 50, forward.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Hi, this is Sabrina Kraske, senior guard for the Yankton Gazelles. What I'm most looking forward to this year is going out and competing at every game and having fun with my teammates. What got me into playing basketball was my dad played basketball growing up, and then he kind of just put all of us in it when we were young. My goals for this season are to win as many games as possible and to just go out and play hard. My favorite memory in my time of playing with the Gazelles is our UNL team camp in the summer when we went to Lincoln and we played basketball and we got to do a bunch of other fun things. A fun fact about me is that I'm left foot dominant, and my plans for the future are to go to college and potentially become an occupational therapist.
Hi, this is Kelson Wells, senior forward for the Yankton Gazelles. What I'm most looking forward to this year is winning more games and playing with really good people. What got me into playing basketball was my parents played basketball and they started me off really young and just continued to play. My goals for this season are to make it to the state tournament and to improve as much as I can every game. My favorite memory in my time of playing with the Gazelles is this summer going to Kenley Vanderteeg's house and getting to play Just Dance. A fun fact about me is I have a fake tooth, and my plans for the future are to attend Augustana and hopefully become an anesthesiologist.
Hi, this is Addie Moose, senior forward for the Yankton Gazelles. What I'm most looking forward to this year is having fun with my teammates and getting better every game. What got me into playing basketball was my mom played basketball and I just loved the sport, and we started when I was really little. My goals for the season are to make the state tournament and to compete and have fun with my teammates. My favorite memory in my time of playing with the Gazelles is playing throw burrito in between our camp games and trying to have chemistry. A fun fact about me is I have two turtles. I used to have two turtles, Chip and Guac. And then my plans for the future are to go to college and become an elementary teacher.
Hi, this is Nora Kraske, senior guard for the Yankton Gazelles. What I'm most looking forward to this year is spending this last year with my teammates and just playing hard. What got me into playing basketball was that both my parents played and my older siblings played, so I just did the summer camps and I really enjoyed it. My goals this season are to go out and just play the best I can with the team and continue to improve every game. My favorite memory in my time of playing with the Gazelles is last year on our way home from Rapid, we got stuck because our bus broke down. It wasn't as fun when it happened, but looking back, it's a really great memory. A fun fact about me is that I can solve a Rubik's Cube, and my plans for the future are to attend USD and study finance in hopes of going to law school.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers two menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Hello and welcome to our Coaches Conversations. Now on the line is head coach Nick Meyer of the Harrisburg Tigers. Coach, how are you doing today?
Hey, not too bad. Thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course, and your team has seen game time action playing last week. What did you see from your team in their first game?
Well, I saw a lot of really good things. When looking at our squad, we bring back one starter from last year, and some kids that came off the bench and got some minutes for us. But we're looking at a lot of kids that are getting some brand new varsity minutes, and obviously well deserved. They put in a lot of time, and they do a lot of nice things for us. And so I saw some mistakes that easily can be rectified, and I saw some really, really nice things out of our kids. And I saw our kids play, they play halves over in Minnesota, so our kids played 36 minutes of, really good basketball, I thought. There were some times where we got to take care of the ball better, or maybe we can get better shots. But for our first game against a team like Marshall, who presses the entire game, 90 feet, and then they trap you hard in the half court, I thought our kids were pretty composed, and I thought our kids did a nice job of, like I said, getting great shots. And then defensively, we saw their score a couple nights before. They put 107 on somebody. So, our kids' mindset going in defensively is that wasn't going to happen. And I thought we did a nice job, contesting shots, limiting their offensive rebounds, and just being solid on that end of the floor as well.
And I know it might be a little early for this, but what are you expecting to be the strengths of your team this season?
Well, we want to get out and kind of go offensively, and we're looking, at offensive rebounding being a big part of it for us as well. And then defensively, we're going to get up and get after teams. I think kind of the trend in AA basketball is playing a 90-foot game, and that's what we're looking to do. So, we've had really good practices, and we got kids that are really dialed in, great leadership, and we're really, really excited about our team.
And now coming up, you take on the Gazelles. They've also got one game in. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Oh, man, they shoot it well. Kids play hard. They do a lot of nice things offensively, get to the rim really well. And, they had a nice game the other night, and they're well coached. And on the defensive end, they help really, really hard. They get up and they press as well and force you to not be able to just bring the ball up the floor and get into whatever you want to get into and do a lot of those things. So, we're going to have our hands full tonight, especially on the road, but hopefully we come off the bus ready to go.
And what are a couple of things you'd really like to see your team do well in this one?
We got to defend. We got to stay out of foul trouble. We've got to rebound on both ends of the floor. And then, like I said, we've got to, control the things that we can control, making sure we're not turning the ball over too many times, and playing hard and playing with energy, those types of things. You may have a night where you don't shoot it well, but what are the other ways that you can, affect a game? How else can you do that? And that's kind of the message for our kids. How else can you affect the game and play a role, whether it's bringing energy, talking defensively, getting big rebounds, getting on the floor, doing all those little things to help us hopefully get a big road win tonight.
And who are some players on your team we should expect to make big plays, and what is it that they do well?
Well, Logan Dill is our lone returning starter from last year, and she averaged about 10 points a game last year as a sophomore, and she had 26 the other night at Marshall. And she can shoot it, and she does a lot of great things offensively, and her defense has been really solid as well for us, these first couple weeks here. And, so we obviously look to her to do a lot of our scoring, but we're going to have other kids do that. And, in terms of our starting lineup, Claire McCallum does a great job inside. She rebounds hard, plays great post defense, and, does a nice job around the rim. Lincoln Tryon handles the ball for us as a point guard, shoots it well, distributes it well, does a nice job leading our team on both ends of the floor. Taylor Nedved, an off guard for us, shoots it. Defensively is doing a great job. And to round out a starting lineup, Autumn Bryant, going to be kind of a small forward for us, shoots it and plays hard, physical kid. And then, coming off the bench, we got another senior, Allie Flanagan, and she plays well, does more of an inside, plays more inside, but can step out and shoot it. And, we got another number of other kids that come off the bench that the other night we played 10. So and we ask a lot of these kids, and they've done a nice job, especially in practice. Since we've had just the one game and we've had a lot of practices. We've had a lot of time to hopefully fine tune some things going into the game tonight.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for the chat. I really appreciate the time. We'll see you in Yankton shortly.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot for having me.
Again, that was head coach Nick Meyer of the Harrisburg Tigers on our Coaches Conversations. Coming up, our chat with Gazelles coach Savvy, all on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Back on our Coaches Conversations, head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Coach, your team coming off a big win. Tell me all about what you saw in that game.
I really liked the effort on defense. I think full court and half court from the group that started the game, our kind of second piece of that rotation that came off the bench, I thought did a great job keeping the energy and just kind of the pressure on. And then as we continued to go throughout the game, I was just really, really proud of every individual and group that was out there. I think the toughest part in a game like that, when the scoreboard kind of gets lopsided, is do you keep pushing and doing what we need to do right and holding our standard, or do we become complacent and just kind of fall back? And I felt like we held the standard and we had great effort the entire time.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because it really was an overall effort from your team. It seemed that everyone who touched the floor contributed in some way. When the girls are playing as a team, what are they capable of?
Well, I think we saw a lot of our defense leading to offense, which is awesome for our group. We think we have a lot of quickness and athleticism, and so if we can learn how to lean into the defensive side and really lean into that identity, we think it leads to a lot of really good offensive transition opportunities for us. We finished at a really high rate as well and shot the ball super well, which, open, not open, regardless of the opponent, you've got to make shots in order to have a successful offensive night. And so they did that at a really high clip. If they were open, they knocked it down. And I thought there were some really crafty finishes from some players as well. And so they moved the ball really well. We were not concerned about who was getting the points or the shots. We were just finding the best shot. And that's when you become a really powerful team.
And I know you've said that it's not all about keeping track of wins, but coming off a season that saw the team winning that final game of the year and now coming out hot to start the season, does it feel like the team has that kind of sigh of relief, almost like it's out of the way? Let's just keep getting better now?
Yeah, I think there's probably definitely a piece of that in there. We talked the night before about pressure. Some of the girls, I think, just were like, man, we're just feeling some pressure right now to, go get this done. And especially that opening game, they really wanted to go get it. And I think we had a really good conversation about, the beautiful part about pressure is a lot of times it's self-created. And, we're coming off of a season where we finished 1-19. And the fact that going into game one, we have some pressure there means we're holding ourselves to higher expectations. And that's always going to be where we have to be. We have to expect ourselves to go out and compete every single night. And when there is that expectation there's going to be a little bit more pressure. And so I was really proud of them to just go take care of a game in that dominating fashion. And just really gain a lot of momentum, positivity, set a tone early for the season. And I do think that'll help them.
And now coming up at home again as you host Harrisburg, your thoughts on this one?
They're a team that also kind of likes to run and transition. They played Marshall, Minnesota about a week ago to open the season. And they, showed a lot of, they like to run in the full court. And Logan Durnell is a guard for them that she had 29 of their 35 points. So we've got to have a plan for her and make sure that we defend her and make it tough for her. And then they've got some other capable players out on the court with her. And so, it'll be a game where our tempo, they're going to try and match it. And that's just going to be a good challenge for us, right? Can we create some things in the full court and the half court defensively that allow us to go run with them? And then I think it's going to be a big night where our bench and that deep rotation really does come into play. Because, again, if it's a fast style of play on both sides for both teams, the more fresh legs we can keep, the better for us. And so just that whole group rotation is going to be really big.
And now last season, I know you had a few either ideals or goals that you wanted your team to meet each and every game. What would those be this year?
So we've got program, just kind of visions, and those three things are going to be play functionally fast. We want to create chaos. We want to establish culture. Those won't change, but specifically this year, we've kind of got 2 on the offensive side, 2 on the defensive side. Defensively, we really want to focus on defensive rebounds and steals and deflections. And so our defensive rebounds last year, we were sitting at like 54%. And that means every miss is like a 50-50 ball. And that's just not going to be a great formula for success. And so it has to be a mentality that we lean into more this year. And then the deflections and steals really tells us our effort on the defensive end. And, how are we working to get in passing lanes, get our hands on the basketball, and then again, create some offense. Offensively, we're really looking at our assist to turnover ratio. So making sure that we are sharing the ball and that our assist totals are high and that we're taking care of the ball and not turning it over, right? And so if our assist to turnover ratio is a healthy number, which Friday night it was at 1.75, so we about doubled our assists to turnovers, which is phenomenal. We think we're in a really good spot there. And then the other thing offensively we want to look at is what's called a free throw factor. It takes all of your possessions and your field goal attempts, and then it adds in your free throw attempts and makes. And it's really just saying, what is your points per possession at the free throw line? And what we think that tells us is, are we making a conscious effort to get into the paint with the basketball? If we're getting to the paint, you're going to get fouls and get to the free throw line. And so I think that's something that we really want to focus on this year, is not just settling for shots from the three-point line, but really penetrating the defense, getting some paint touches, and then working from there.
Well, Coach, really do appreciate the time. Good luck in this upcoming game.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Again, that was head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Game 2 for Yankton on the way. All on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet. featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
And back on our Anytime Fitness pregame show. Again, a kind of a loaded pregame show here today with meeting the roster, the senior interviews, coach interviews from each side. Just a lot as it is the beginning of the season. Both teams with one game played so far. Yankton defeating Sioux Falls Lincoln 61-10 last week. And then for Harrisburg falling to Marshall, Minnesota 59-44. Let's take a look at the Gazelles stats from that last game as pretty much everyone got involved. Lucy Johnson had 3 points, 2 rebounds, an assist, a steal, and shot at a 33% clip. Kelson Wells with 2 rebounds and an assist. Addison Muth had 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and the lone block of the game. For Jocelyn Elwood, 5 points, 3 assists, 2 steals, shot 67% from the floor and 1 for 1 beyond the arc. Eden Wolfgram had a nice 13-point game, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and shot at a 75% mark. Nora Kraske, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 steals. It was a big game for Nora Kraske. She was our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Shot 67% from the floor, 60% from beyond the arc, 3 for 5. Berkeley Olsen with 1 point, 1 rebound, and 2 steals. Jordan Kudera off the bench had a nice game, 9 points, a rebound, 1 assist, 3 steals, and shot at a 75% mark. Tyan Bestie with 4 points off the bench, 3 steals, didn't miss a shot. September Rao got the start, an all-around player with 6 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and shot at a 75%, excuse me. Sabrina Kraske with 3 points, had 1 rebound, 2 assists. Brenna Elwood with 4 points, 2 rebounds, and a steal. Olivia Woods with a rebound and a steal. And Madeline Terashinsky off the bench with 2 points, 2 assists, and a steal. Overall as a team, the Gazelles, 61 points, 21 rebounds, 14 assists, 22 steals, 1 block. They shot in a very impressive 50% mark on the floor. If you shoot 50% or better throughout the year, you're going to win a lot of basketball games. And beyond the arc, shot 35%. If you can make over 1 in 3 shots from perimeter, you're going to be doing pretty good at the high school level. And the Gazelles really just did it all in their last game against Sioux Falls Lincoln. As you heard Coach Savvy earlier talking about it, you know, it doesn't really matter who the defender is, anything. You got to make shots one way or another, and it's promising that our team was able to shoot pretty much lights out. Both teams have made it to the floor as the Yankton High School fight song going on right now. The Harrisburg Tigers wearing all black jerseys and shorts trimmed out in burgundy and orange. For the Gazelles, they'll be in their all white jersey and shorts trimmed out and in red, as Yankton celebrating their 150th year as a school district. Between the games, we'll have some activities and special stuff going on, so you'll want to keep it tuned in between the Gazelles and Bucks basketball games here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. As now we get to our national anthem, we will keep it live for that. And here is your national anthem here at the Summit in Yankton at the high school gymnasium. Again, that was your national anthem here on the floor, performed by a few in the choir at Yankton High School, and they did a wonderful job here. As it's time for your starting lineups, those are brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling anytime, any day. We start with the visiting Harrisburg Tigers. They come in coached by Nick Meyer, and 0-1 after a loss to the Marshall, Minnesota Tigers. And their starting lineups. At junior guard at 5'6", number 10, it's Logan Durnell. Another junior guard, also 5'6", number 12, it's Lincoln Tryon. Junior guard at 5'8", number 14, Taylor Nedved. A junior forward, 5'11", number 22, it's Claire McCullum. And to round off the Harrisburg Tigers lineup, it's senior guard, 5'8", number 24, Autumn Bryant. It's now time to meet your Yankton Gazelles starters for the night, and they're brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Kelson Wells, number 3, forward.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard. Nora Kraske, number 11, guard. September Rao, 21, guard.
Those are your starting lineups brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. A big shout out to Tony and Angela Maibaum of Pivotal Photo, just doing a wonderful job on those videos. So glad to be able to use those. So again, a big thank you to Tony and Angela Maibaum of Pivotal Photo. Really a wonderful job. On the floor, the Gazelles getting announced for their starters as the cheerleaders at midcourt, along with Bucky and Giselle, as the Yankton Gazelles look to get their second win of the season. Had won all of last year, a chance to get more wins in 2 games only, as they host the Harrisburg Tigers, who return 1 starter for the Gazelles. They return all of their starters on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. If you're listening and watching live, we load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. The Fox Stop of Yankton at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton, a full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizza, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. Meeting at the Yankton Y in the center circle for the Gazelles is September Rao, and she will be along with junior forward number 22, Claire McCollum. Jump is tipped towards the Gazelles' side. Wolfgram has to do her best running just to make sure to grab it, and Yankton will start with the first possession of the game. They move it right to left. Wolfgram hands it off to Elwood. Elwood now around the corner into Rao. Kraske up top to Wolfgram. Wolfgram tries bringing it baseline. Ball knocked out of bounds. Last touch there by Lincoln Tryon of the Tigers. It'll stay with the Gazelles. 16 on the shot clock as this game has just gotten underway. No score yet. Gazelles with the first possession of the night. Rao looking for anybody to toss it to. Just has to loft it out deep. Wolfgram, who sets up the offense. Wolfgram moves it on the near side. Hands it off to Nora Kraske. Kraske, 7 now on the shot clock to Elwood. Elwood hands it off. September Rao finds a lane, and then a bounce pass to Wells. Bounces off her hands, out of bounds, and it will be a turnover on the Yankton squad. Harrisburg, for the first time on offense, will face a full court press from Coach Savvy and his squad. Inbound does get in. That's to senior Autumn Bryant. She dishes it back, and now Harrisburg moves things left to right. Bryant with possession beyond the perimeter. A bounce pass over to McCollum. McCollum works it against Wolfgram. Now into the lane, ball nearly stripped away. A wild pass that's going to cross half court, and Harrisburg touches it first. It's a backcourt violation. So back-to-back turnovers, one on each side, as this one in the first minute, no score. Inbounding for Yankton is September Rao. Gets it in to the head of this offense. Eden Wolfgram coming off a 13 points performance. She led both teams. Finds Kraske in the corner. Too much on the three. Rebound ended up with Claire McCollum as the Tigers on their second offensive set of the night. Autumn Bryant brings it into the lane. Stops for a jumper, and she's got 2 for the first bucket of the night. 2-0 Harrisburg leads over Yankton about a minute and a half into the first quarter here. Now some full court pressure from Harrisburg as Elwood swings it up top to Nora Kraske. Now Rao with it. Back to Kraske, and it's stolen going the other direction. A 2-on-1 Wolfgram on defense. Bounce pass to McCollum, who leaves it short. Fight for the rebound. It ends up with Harrisburg, and now a jump ball. Possession arrow does favor Harrisburg, so it will stay on this side of the floor. Inbounding here are the Tigers. They get it into McCollum. Dishes it out. Tryon for 3. Swishes it in. 5-0 Harrisburg leads. And now a pass intercepted. A turnover by Rao. And a short attempt there and a foul on Yankton. Nora Kraske will be tagged with the foul. Her first personal, team's first. And it's the first foul of the night. This one on the floor. So an inbound for Harrisburg. It's 5-0. Tigers lead in this one. It's the first time Yankton has trailed in the season. They get it into Logan Durnell, the junior. Out to Bryant, the senior. Tryon now has it. Tries to get around Wolfgram. She's stopped and gives it up to Nedved. Gets it right back here. Dribbles it up to the elbow. Picks it up. 18 to shoot yet, so Harrisburg plenty of time as we've got under 6 to play in our first quarter of action. A contested 3 here, left way short. Offensive rebound for Bryant. Missed her first shot, gets another bound, and goes up strong with it. 7-0 Harrisburg leads. It's a quick start in this one for the Tigers. Elwood hands it off to Rao, who is then fouled. This one will go against Claire McCollum, her first personal, team's first as well. Gazelles getting some coaching from their sideline, is now checking in for the first time of the night will be Sabrina Kraske. Or no, Brenna Elwood, 22 versus number 23 on the floor. As Elwood just needs to get this one inbounded, and now another foul This time it's going to go against Lincoln Tryon, her first personal, team second. So back-to-back fouls for Harrisburg, and Yankton still with possession of the basketball here. Elwood to inbound yet again. Last time had some issues getting it in. Elwood sets a screen for Wolfgram, gets the inbound. 5:22 to play in our first quarter. Harrisburg leads it 7-0 as Yankton looking for a good shot opportunity here. They've been a little careless with the basketball, and a third straight foul on Harrisburg, and back-to-back on Lincoln Tryon. A sub coming in for the Tigers. You've got to imagine it is, in fact, for Lincoln Tryon, who just picked up her second personal, as Allison Flanagan, another senior for this Tigers squad, checks in for the first time of the night. Yankton still with possession. They get it into Kelson Wells. Deep two range, drives it into the lane, swings it out. Kraske, her second three-point attempt, also no good. Fight for the rebound. It ends up with the Tigers, who now move it left to right. They want to drive it up quickly. Autumn Bryant with the basketball, picks it up. Wide open look for the long two, falls for Claire McCullum. Allison Flanagan. And now a timeout called by Coach Savvy of the Gazelles. It's a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification. Salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memory Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
Back on the floor, it's 9-0 favoring Harrisburg. They've gotten a great start here in this one as they look to get their first win of the season. 4:53 to play in the first quarter. Yankton still looking for that first score. Gazelles move it. Wolfgram over to Brenna Elwood. Tries to split the defenders. Finds an open Wolfgram for three. Her shot no good as Yankton just unable to peel the lid off the bucket. Moving it quickly are the Tigers. Wolfgram strips it out, and they're going to say she was out of bounds while she was touching the basketball, so it'll stay with the Tigers, who can get up to a double-digit lead early here in tonight's game. Tigers lofted up top. Looking for a screen is Durnell. Now up top, they move it, Autumn Bryant. Working on defense there is Nora Kraske, forces Bryant into an uncomfortable situation. She gets rid of it. McCullum now at the elbow. Dishes it out. Deep three off the front iron. It goes. A fight for the rebound, and it goes out of bounds. Logan Durnell took what looked probably close to an NBA three-pointer there. Left it just a little short, but had she been a step closer, that one probably falls. 4:05 to play in the first. It's 9-0 Harrisburg on top. Wolfgram with the basketball for Yankton over to Brenna Elwood. Bounce pass right back to Wolfgram. Yankton swings it around. Elwood drives it baseline, and she picked up her dribble and will travel. Another turnover by this Gazelles squad. Checking in now for the Tigers is freshman guard number 3, Hope Gable. Is now 3 on the other side for the Gazelles, and Kelson Wells will check out in favor of September Rao. Yankton wants to go a full court press again. Harrisburg looking to break it, as bringing the ball down the floor here is Taylor Nedved. She's guarded by Wolfgram. Elbow jumper, no good. Offensive rebound, Harrisburg, and they've got a double-digit lead. McCullum gets 2 more, and it's 11-0. Harrisburg leads. Wolfgram out to Jocelyn Elwood. Now swings it around up top. Rao had to fight for it behind the back. A nice move to get around the defender. Wolfgram thought about the 3, decided against it. Pump fakes up to the elbow. Hangs on to her dribble, lofts it up, left it way short. Out of bounds it goes. Yankton just not shooting the ball very efficiently right now, but this Harrisburg defense really giving them some troubles. Hasn't been many good looks And that's credit to the Tigers, who are playing really well right now. Logan Durnell with the basketball, swings it to Nedved. Nedved now guarded by Brenna Elwood. Goes the opposite direction of her screen. Under 3 to play in the first. It's 11-0, Tigers lead. Now Gable gets it down low. McCullum looking for something as Brenna Elwood. They're going to say it's a foul. Had a hand on the arm rather than the basketball. And that will be the second team foul against Yankton. First personal to go against Brenna Elwood. Now checking in for the Gazelles is Tyan Bestie, a freshman guard. Tigers get the inbound into McCullum beyond the arc. Now Autumn Bryant brings it up to the free throw line, trying to get to the post. Off the glass, it's in. 13 points scored, all belonging to Harrisburg as Wolfgram up ahead to Kraske. Kraske, corner 3, fires it. Off the back iron it goes. Rebound ends up with McCullum after a struggle for it. Rao tried poking the ball free, but wanted to make sure to not pick up a foul. 2:18 to play in our first quarter of action. 13-0, Harrisburg leads it. Bryant drives back into the lane. Whistles will blow. And it will be a travel, and Yankton gets a much-needed stop on defense, but now their offense needs to get something rolling. Coach Savvy of the Gazelles calls another timeout. It's another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. When we return, 13-0, Yankton needs a score here and a drive to get back into this one in our first quarter of action. You're tuned into Yankton Athletics on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
2:14 to play in our first quarter of action. The Gazelles trail 13-0 to the Harrisburg Tigers. It's pretty much the exact opposite of what we saw last week for Yankton, which found them nearly shutting out Sioux Falls Lincoln in that first quarter and only gave up 3 points in the entire first half. Now they've given up 13 in the first quarter, still has 2:14 to play, and have yet to score for themselves. Of course, plenty of game left. They just need to get that first one to fall through, maybe take a deep breath and get back to doing what you know you can do. I mean, they shot the ball at a good clip last game, and right now, one or two pretty good looks that just haven't fallen. The rest, though, again, good defense by Harrisburg. Has a jumper there by Wolfgram. Just can't get it to go. Goes out of bounds. Tigers reclaim possession. Both teams doing a full court press. Both teams have been able to get the ball across the timeline pretty well, though, despite. Gable with it, swings at Bryant, who drives at baseline, wants to go down low, and an offensive foul called on Autumn Bryant of the Tigers. So Yankton getting some stops here. But right now, I don't have Yankton for a point, a rebound, an assist, a steal, or a block in this game yet, across the board. Rao bounce pass into Wolfgram, under 2 to play in our first quarter of play. Wolfgram crosses the Yankton Y, directing her team on offense. She works against Durnell. Now Tyan Bestie across to Kraske, now to Rao. Rao brings it up to the free throw line, nearly lost it, gives it up Brenna Elwood. Nora Kraske fires a 3. This is the one to get things started. Nora Kraske gets the scoring rolling with a triple, and Brenna Elwood the assist. 13-3, Yankton trails. They just needed to get that first one to go as Wolfgram nearly picks the pocket there of Taylor Nedved and said she's going to pick up a foul, her first personal, team's third. Kelson Wells checks in for the Gazelles. in place of Brenna Elwood. Elwood has been a nice addition on this team as a freshman. Gable swings it out. Now driving here is Nedved. Nedved gets stopped. She's covered by Kraske. Finds Bryant. Bryant right back to Nedved. A long 2 attempt. Bounces around, and now a foul against Hope Gable as she was pushing on the rebound attempt. And that's one, if you're a coach, you probably don't hate the foul call. You know, it shows your players trying to get that rebound. It's a hustle foul. It's one you're willing to give up. It's not a frustration foul or anything like that. So again, the foul against Hope Gable, her first personal, team's 5th, which puts Yankton in the bonus for the remainder of the first quarter. At the free throw line for a pair here is Eden Wolfgram. First one falls. Jocelyn Elwood is checked in for Yankton. Claire McCullum in for the Tigers. Wolfgram was good on the first and the second as well, as now it's a 5-0 run favoring Yankton down to an 8-point deficit. Still some work to do here. Tigers with possession under 50 seconds to play. They find a cutting McCullum, who lays it up for an easy 2, and that will snap their scoring drought. McCullum just had the easy height advantage down low. She's listed at 5'11". 5.5 seconds between the shot and game clock. Right now, Yankton with it. They trail 10, 25 to play in our first quarter. Rao with it between the legs. Drives it to the far side. Thought about the step back 3, decides against it. Into Jocelyn Elwood. Gives her a screen up to Wolfgram. 8 on the clock to shoot. Wolfgram still beyond the perimeter. Goes the opposite way of the screen. The layup in. Eden Wolfgram scores it. She's up to 4. 3 seconds to play as Harrisburg heaves it up. The clock wasn't rolling. But either way, we hit the end of the first quarter. 15-7, Harrisburg leads over the Yankton Gazelles on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
After our first quarter of action, it's 15-7, favoring Harrisburg over Yankton on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. A lot of running up and down the floor for these teams and a lot of full court press. You wonder which team is more ready for that kind of conditioning. At the scorer's table, possession arrow favors Yankton. On the scoreboard favors Harrisburg. And it does look like Harrisburg will start with the basketball here in our second quarter of action. Inbound in from Flanagan. And our second quarter of action underway. Nedved, a bounce pass to the elbow. Now finding a cutter, and McCullum, who's fouled on the shot. On the foul there is Jordan Kudera. Her first personal, team's first of the second quarter. McCullum at the free throw line. She's been very good in this game so far. 4 points, trails only Autumn Bryant on her team for the lead. Chance at 2 here. First one bounces around and in. And it's the 150th anniversary of the Yankton School District between our doubleheader games tonight. I'll have some activities as no good on that second one. September Rao gets the rebound, pulls it in. She is just blitzing all the way down to the other side, misses the short jumper. And we're going the other direction for the Tigers. Nedved now working against Kudera. Finds a spot, swishes in a three. Harrisburg back up 12. 19-7 your score, 7.5 to play in the half as Rao again driving, kicks it up. Wells puts in her first two of the season. Rao, a nice dish there to find Kelson Wells. With the basketball now, Flanagan spins into the lane, got a good look, no good, and the ball's on the ground. Hitting the deck are the Tigers. It's a jump ball. For a while here on the floor, they hadn't credited Yankton with those 2 points. Was making sure our scoreboard was right. And it was. Again, I'm Zach Spear. Big thank you to Justin Paisano helping out on the stream and camera work tonight. Eden Wolfgram checks back in favor, with Jordan Kudera heading to the bench. Rao inbounding it, gets it to Jocelyn Elwood. Elwood tried passing it back. Her pass knocked out of bounds. Nice defensive effort there by Taylor Nedved. Yankton would like to keep this single digits here, but right now they trail by double digits. It's a 10-point lead. Rao gets the basketball, splits the defenders. Crosses the timeline, moves it up quickly. Wells brings it in, tries driving with it. Her shot blocked. It goes out of bounds. Stays with the Gazelles. But Claire McCullum, a nice defensive play. And the first block of the night. Gazelles with the basketball at the next stop. Brenna Elwood will check in. Wolfgram decides on the three off the back iron. It goes, and Autumn Bryant, a nice box out job there, lets it go out of bounds. Harrisburg ball. Elwood is in. Tyan Bestie is to the bench. Minute and a half into our second quarter of action. It's 19-9. Harrisburg leading the way. Autumn Bryant, an immediate decision to fire that three, and an offensive rebound for Harrisburg. Forced into a jump ball from Brenna Elwood. And it'll stay with the Tigers. Right now, offensive rebounding has been the name of the game for Harrisburg, and Yankton's going to need to start getting some of these defensive boards. On the inbound, Logan Durnhill wants to drive with it, gives it up Bryant. Bryant a bump and pass. Now McCullum driving again. She's got two more. She now leads the game with 7 points total. 21-19, Yankton trails. Rao swings it out, Elwood. Elwood up to Wolfgram, beyond the arc. Works against McCullum. You'd like to see an outside shot fall for Yankton. They just haven't so far tonight. Rao from way downtown put too much on it. A 12-point lead here for Harrisburg. Autumn Bryant thought about the three, decided against it, and Wells picks up a foul as it was going down low to Flanagan. Kelson Wells, her first personal, team second in the quarter. A few subs in here for this Yankton squad. Now on the floor is Wolfgram, Brenna Elwood, Nora Kraske, Tyan Bestie, and Berkeley Olson. With it now Logan Durnhill. Up top Flanagan swings at Bryant. Gets it down low, a height advantage and a rejection by Berkeley Olson. Berkeley Olson the rejection and gets the rebound as well. On offense, Yankton. Kraske out to Tyan Bestie. Bestie now to Brenna Elwood in the far side corner. Up top. Lots of passes so far as Wolfgram gets through the defenders, drives. We'll see if she was fouled on the shot or if it was just a part of the drive. Foul goes against Claire McCullum, her second personal, team's first. It will be a foul called on the floor here. As a substitution on each side. Kelson Wells has come back in for Yankton. Wolfgram gets the inbound, was doubled, then they both moved off of her. Wide open three, no good. That full court press nearly got Harrisburg to stutter, but they move it across. With it, Dernill steps it back for the triple, bounces around, no. Offensive rebound, Harrisburg, and going back up with it are the Tigers until Brenna Elwood now gets the rebound. And a foul on Harrisburg. Yankton with 3 rebounds total in this game. 4:42 to play in our first half. 21-19, the Tigers lead. A healthy crowd in here tonight, even with some weather going on outside. Wolfgram hands it off to Brenna. Out to Nora Kraske. Bestie pump fake the three. Forced out of bounds. Got the pass off to Wolfgram. And Kraske wants another triple. No good, but offensive rebound for Tyan Bestie, who now drives it, ditches it. Wells can't get it. Offensive rebound. Can't get the second attempt. And now Autumn Bryant comes down with the rebound. It's a fight for it and a jump ball. What a turn of events there. As the ball will remain with Yankton. Wells got 2 good looks. Both just couldn't quite get in. Bestie to inbound here for the Gazelles. A bounce pass down low. That's deflected. And now Harrisburg with it. A foul on Yankton. It's been an interesting last 10 seconds of game time here. As Wells picks up her second personal, team's third. 12 points is your difference right now. It is 21-9, and now Nora Kraske picks up a foul. She was trying to sneak up on the inbound pass and knock it away. Instead, picks up her second personal, team's fourth. Should Yankton foul again, Harrisburg will be in bonus for the remainder of the half. Subs on each side for Yankton. The floor made up of September Rao, Kelson Wells, Brenna Elwood. Jocelyn Elwood is an inbound pass down low and a wide open layup, Harrisburg. And Tyan Bestie rounds off that group for Yankton. Rao brings it down the floor for Yankton. 23-9. Yankton really needs to get that offense rolling. They had something clicking end of first quarter and into that second quarter, now struggling. They dish it out to Brenna Elwood, brings it up to the elbow, dishes out. Corner three, Tyan Bestie. Off the backboard it goes. Elwood got the rebound, and it stays with Yankton. Brenna Elwood, her second rebound, as Rao wants a jumper in the lane. No good, gets her own rebound, switches in the next attempt. September Rao, her first points of the night, 23-11. It's still a 12-point game. Lincoln Tryon with it for Harrisburg. That pass somehow got in, and a shot up and above goes Lydia Jensen, an 8th grader on the squad. That was a tricky shot. I mean, good defense by Yankton, but a better shot by Lydia Jensen of Harrisburg to just get that one up and in. Yankton looking for an answer. Rao thinks she has it. She does. Knocks down the three. September Rao heating up here on the floor. Tyan Bestie the assist. Now a short jumper here for Harrisburg. It's money. Taylor Nedved gets it to go. 27-14. Harrisburg leads. 2:30 to play in our first half of action. Tyan Bestie drags her foot after picking up the dribble. It's a travel and a turnover from this Yankton squad. Now, I do want to point out, Coach Savvy has had Eden Wolfgram on the bench for longer than I believe. She was out of any game in last year outside of when things got out of hand. That tells you he has faith in his team, that they've got a deeper rotation this year. She does now sub in Brenna Elwood to the bench, but again, just shows they've got talent coming off the bench and are okay with rotating their players in and out. Harrisburg, a few quick passes up top. Pump faking his Tryon, then drives it into the lane, dishes it out. A three-point attempt for the Tigers. No, but an offensive board. It stays on this side with the Tigers in their black jerseys. Yankton in white. Nedved pulls it back. Now into the lane it goes. Driving, a left-handed layup off the glass and in. Allison Flanagan, her second field goal of the night. 29-14, it's a 15-point lead for Harrisburg. Rao, another deep three attempt, banks it in! September Rao up to 8 points, keeping her team in it right now. Harrisburg moving with it, 90 seconds to play here. A steal here from September Rao. She'll bring it the other direction. She wants the two high off the glass. Put way too much on that one. It goes a hand on it. The other way, Rao high off the glass, gets it to fall. She's up to 10. She's got double digits, 29-19. Yankton bringing it back, and a timeout called by Harrisburg. And Coach Meyer wants to talk things over. Yankton has something rolling here late in our first half of action when we return on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. This is Gazelles basketball.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
What an exciting game we've had here so far tonight. I'm going to have no breath left for the Bucks game to follow after this doubleheader. If this one keeps up at this same pace for Yankton, they trail 10, 29-19, but they are just hanging around in there. And that's right now what you need to do. When the shots aren't falling, it's not quite looking so great. You just got to keep in it so that when you go on those drives, you're able to strike when it matters. September Rao doing a fantastic job keeping her team in it. 10 points, a couple rebounds, an assist, and a steal, all for her already in our first half of action. Harrisburg with the basketball. Emerson Geddes with it. Her first time on the floor we've seen tonight, a sophomore guard for the Tigers. Trying to avoid getting trapped. She gets into it near the out-of-bounds line, got rid of it, and now a corner three attempt for the Tigers off the front iron. No, September Rao the rebound, as always wants to move it quickly. The layup good on the other end. Berkeley Olsen gets the bucket. We're back within an 8-point game, no shot clock. Harrisburg can take the final shot here. 29-21, they lead, 20 seconds to play before the buzzer sounds for the half. Autumn Bryant brings it in, now picks up her dribble, needs to do something. That one nearly tipped away, but Durnill gets a great look. Airballs the three, offensive board, and an easy two there for Harrisburg and Flanagan. With 1 second left, Wolf Graham won't be able to get the shot off before the buzzer. At the half, it's 31-21. We'll enter our Vichay Yankton halftime show. You'll want to keep it here. We'll talk about halftime stats, game trends, changes that could be made for each side, and what went well for each side. That's all coming up. You're tuned in to Gazelles basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Now time for the Vichay Yankton Halftime Show. Vichay, define the world's future. Vichay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vichay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
For beautiful decor and gifts this holiday season, it's Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts of Yankton. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all from Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts of Yankton, your Christmas and holiday cheer store.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District is your Hallmark headquarters this holiday season. Buy your Hallmark Christmas ornaments, nativity scenes, willow tree, and precious moments there. Find wedding and anniversary gifts and single-serve Abdullah chocolates, along with the new item, Gone Nuts. Yankton Rexall Pharmacy is there to help you with all your questions and prescription needs. Holiday shopping begins at the Yankton Rexall in downtown Yankton.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
And welcome to the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay Yankton, define the world's future. Vishay Electronic Components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. For the Gazelles, they've got some work to do here. They trail 10 at the half. It is 31-21 favoring Harrisburg. And it was a streaky game for the Gazelles. Most of their points came in about, I would say, only about 4 minutes of game time. Outside of that, it's been a troublesome shooting night so far for the Gazelles. Halftime stats, Kelson Wells with 2 points and a rebound. She also has 2 fouls. Eden Wolfgram 1 foul and 4 points. Nora Kraske 2 fouls, 3 points. And September Rao has really done a fantastic job in tonight's game. 10 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and a steal. No fouls. She's probably going to get a little extra attention here in the second half, keeping the Gazelles in it late in that first half. Then off the bench, Berkeley Olsen has 2 points, a rebound, and a block. Jordan Kudera has 1 foul. Tyan Bestie with 1 rebound, 2 assists, and a block. And Brenna Elwood with 3 rebounds and an assist, as well as 1 foul. Those are your halftime stats here during the Vichet Yankton halftime show. And also during our halftime, we like to do our halftime beyond the game, and that is brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's. So a lot going on today. All athletics for Yankton High School. Then into Saturday tomorrow, ACT testing will be going on from 8 a.m. to 1 o'clock at the high school main office. There will also be wrestling, then the Elks Hoop Shoot at the middle school North Gym, 10 a.m. to noon, and the high school winter semi-formal dance from 7:30 to 10 at the high school activities entrance. Then into next week on Monday, there will be a middle school 6th grade boys basketball info meeting at the middle school cafeteria from 3:30. There will be basketball, wrestling in the middle school. The high school choir cookie walk at the Yankton High School SAC Commons, 6 to 8:30. And a high school and middle school combined holiday choir concert, 7 to 8 o'clock. Next Tuesday, we'll have more basketball, as there will be games both here in Yankton and at Sioux Falls, Washington. Both will be on Yankton streaming on YouTube. The Gazelles will also be on Classic Hits 106.3, and that is your halftime beyond the game, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. When we return, the second half on the way. It's 31-21. Harrisburg leads with 16 minutes of game time left.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Hi, this is Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. Merry Christmas! I have everything for your holiday gifting for the ladies, the kids, including gift certificates. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
As we near the end of the halftime, we wrap up our Vichet Yankton halftime show. It is the third quarter coming up as Harrisburg leads by 10, 31-21. Again, we'll be celebrating Yankton School District's 150th anniversary. That will be in between the Gazelles and the Bucks game coming up here. During that time, we'll have a chat with either head coach Blake Savvy or one of the assistants, whoever comes up and chats with us during that time. And after that presentation, we'll dig into our pregame show for our Yankton Bucks, as we'll have a Meet the Roster, senior interviews, and coach interviews, as we are officially started here into the second half of action. 31-21, Harrisburg leads, and they'll start with possession. They move it right to left, and a quick three-point attempt is left short. Wolf Graham pulls in the rebound, her first of the night. For the Gazelles, a lot of help on offense so far, and it's been from September Rao. She's had a fantastic game to start. She wants to add 3 more to that total. No good on the shot. Elwood tried getting a hand on the rebound, but Autumn Bryant, too strong, pulls it in. Bryant brings it all the way down, picks up her dribble, now passes it to the far side. Another three-point attempt here for Harrisburg. Off the front iron, bounces up, Rao pulls it in, moves it quickly the other direction. Now Wolfgram brings it baseline, tries the reverse layup, up and in! Wolfgram somehow got that one to go. What a play by the junior. 8 points the difference in this one. Just what a play by Eden Wolfgram. As that one stripped away, ball's on the ground. Elwood got a hand on it, and now a fight for the basketball. Did they get the timeout called? They are going to say Coach Meyer got the timeout, and it'll be a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. And for our replays, unfortunately didn't get that one, but when we do, they're brought to you by Yankton Wynne Nelson. Second generation family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton athletics since 1981. 6:45 to play here in the third quarter. That's just gotten underway. The lone score belongs to Eden Wolfgram on a reverse layup, bounced off of the rim up and in. And now it was a fight for the basketball on the floor. Coach Meyer doing a good job. Got a timeout, or probably would have been a jump ball, which would favor Yankton. Harrisburg will get it into Flanagan, and now a foul on the Gazelles. Looks like Jocelyn Elwood knows it's on her. Jocelyn Elwood picks up her first personal, team's first as well. 31-23, still with Harrisburg is the basketball. Flanagan brings it baseline, works against Wells. Now kicks it out. Autumn Bryant wide open. She'll knock in a three. Autumn Bryant has been a difference maker in this game as Wolfgram is now fouled off of the full court pressure from the Tigers. Goes against Claire McCullum. Her eye on team's first. And Claire McCullum has been a very good player for the Tigers. 7 points, 3 fouls. Under 6.5 to go in the third. Over to Rao. Wolfgram swings it. Gets a screen from Wells. She swings it. Jocelyn Elwood. Jocelyn to Nora Kraske. Now to Wolfgram. They've moved it beyond the arc. Now bringing it in the lane. Wolfgram dishes it. They swing it. Nora Kraske, the answer three, misses it all. Wells saves it, but into the hands of McCullum it goes. Tigers want to move the ball quickly. A three-point attempt here. Short. Wells the board. 2 rebounds to start this game so far. Wolfgram the crossover. Dishes it out. Another three-point attempt for Yankton. Another miss. With it here, Dernill kicks it out. Tryon with the basketball. Now Kraske, some aggressive defense. Is trying to avoid it. There was Dernill. Autumn Bryant has it. Drives on Rao. Rao gets a hand on it, but it ends up with Harrisburg yet. And a layup left short there. Great defensive effort there from September Rao. Jocelyn Elwood had the rebound. Wells loses the basketball. That one a little lucky to end up in the hands of Rao, who brings it in, kicks it out. Wells now with it at the top of the arc. Wolfgram doesn't take the screen, brings it the other direction. Now dishes it out. Wells wide open for three, left it short. Under 5 to play here in the third quarter. Whistle will blow, and I believe a foul on Yankton. As the foul goes against September Rao. That's her first personal, team second. Yankton, no one really in foul trouble. Everyone at 2 or less. Is now into the game for Yankton is Tyan Bestie and Brenna Elwood. Yankton trails 11 with 4:50 to play here in our third quarter. A quick fire on the three-point attempt. Dernill is good. Good shooting here tonight by Harrisburg to just stay on top by that 10. Wolfgram lost her dribble, tried passing it out, ended up losing it. That time stolen by Bestie, just has to fire it as she's jumping out of bounds. And then the basketball goes out of bounds as well. Harrisburg basketball A lot happened in that 2 seconds of play. Now some discussion here. Harrisburg with the basketball. Yankton continues with a full court press. They get it in to Tryon. Tryon across the pass to the far side of the court. Now they'll get it Flanagan, who wants to work it low on Wells. Picks up her dribble at the baseline, finds a cutter, and a layup is good. What a move there by Taylor Nedved. 39-23, Harrisburg up to a 16-point lead. They swing it around. Nora Kraske tries to find the cutter in Bestie. Instead, pass deflected and intercepted by Autumn Bryant. We're halfway through our third quarter. They dish it out. Bryant, the deep three is in! Harrisburg is on a roll right now. It's up to a 19-point lead for the Tigers. 42-23 with 3:40 to play in our third set. Wolfgram with it. Yankton's offense needs to get something rolling here. Tyan Bestie to the corner to Kraske, and now Bestie gets fouled down low. Logan Dernill will pick up the foul. That is her first personal, team's second. Yes. Jordan Kudera in the game for Yankton. On the inbound, they need to get it in as Brenna Elwood just lofts it up, but not before a 5-second violation. And things are just starting to fall apart here for this Gazelles squad, who needs a great end of a third quarter and fourth quarter to try and get back into this one. They trail 19. Harrisburg could get up to a 20-point lead with possession of the ball right now. Lincoln Tryon on the far side. Again, finds a cutter, and fouled on the shot there is Flanagan. Foul goes against Jordan Kudera. Team's third, her second personal. At the free throw line is Flanagan, who already has 6 points in tonight's game off the bench. She will add on to that with a make on the first attempt of 2. It is officially a 20-point difference. Harrisburg in the lead, 43-23. 3:11 to play in the third quarter. That one short. Wells gets the rebound. Her third of the night. Now a timeout wanted by Coach Savvy of the Gazelles, a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. When we return, a 20-point difference and Gazelles basketball. Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all. Out of the break, Yankton trails 43-23. Thanks for tuning in tonight here at the Summit, home of Yankton Bucks and Gazelles Athletics. And so is Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'm Zach Spear, joined by Justin Paisano, helping out on camera and stream tonight. As the Bucks and Gazelles, a doubleheader here tonight. This game reaching the hour mark with 3:04 to play in the third quarter. Inbound gets into Jocelyn Elwood. Elwood swings it to the corner three. Wolfgram takes a dribble, stays with it, and now whistle will blow, and they're going to say a foul. I'm not sure I saw where that one was. We'll see who they call it on. We'll go against Hope Gable. Her second personal, team's third. Both teams at 3 fouls here. It's been a relatively clean game from each side. Only once did a team reach bonus. That was Yankton in that first quarter. Round just needs to inbound it as that one knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Harrisburg. So we'll see another inbound. And this has been a struggle for this Gazelles squad. you got to feel like you have one that you just lofted up over the top beyond the perimeter, and right now that's just not been the case. They've been struggling it. As Rao now just has to throw it in. Elwood races towards it, able to pick it up. Jocelyn hands it off, gives it up to Wolfgram. Wolfgram nearly lost it without any pressure there. Just bounced off her knee. Now over to Rao. Rao wants to drive it. Bounce pass to Wolfgram. Pump fake. Into the lane she goes. Left-handed layup short. Gets her own rebound and keeps with it. Yankton still with possession. Rao wants the basketball as she'll travel before taking off towards the hoop. But the whistle was blown well before. Yankton's offense struggling in this one. Difference remains at 20. It's 43-23. 2:15 to play in our third. Harrisburg on top end with the basketball. Lincoln Tryon works against September. Rao on the far side to Logan Durnell. Now to Gable. Gable beyond the perimeter, tries to get it in, does manage the pass in. Another three for Harrisburg is swished in. .23, it's now the lead, the largest lead of the night. Wolfgram steps it back for the answer, no. Logan Durnell made it on the other side. .95 seconds to play in our third set. Durnell was hunting for something there. Gable, the pump fake, then gets it in to McCullum, who's fouled. Foul goes against Tyan Bestie. That's her first personal, but team's fourth. Another foul would send Harrisburg to the free throw line, barring a possession foul. Inbounding it here is Harrisburg. They had some trouble. A shot denied. Tyan Bestie, and they'll call it a jump ball. Yankton will take over possession. Tyan Bestie, great defensive effort there. Her second block of the night. Tyan Bestie only listed at 5'7" against McCullum, who's 5'11". Whistle blows again, and a timeout called by Coach Savvy of the Gazelles. A full timeout. We've got 84 seconds to play in our third quarter of action. 46-23, Harrisburg leads this one.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration in Yankton, Mitchell, and Norfolk and surrounding areas is the call you need to make when you need your carpets, ductwork, or a trauma cleanup. With 24-hour emergency services for fire and water, mold mitigation, and reconstruction services for residential and commercial properties. Locally owned and operated at 220 East 3rd Street in Yankton.
When your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech.
84 seconds to play here in our third quarter. Yankton trails big. It's 46-23. They led the entirety of their game against Sioux Falls Lincoln. Now they'll need pretty much a flawless 9.5 minutes if they want to try and work their way back into it. But right now they are doubled up as we speak. Wolfgram working against Emerson Geddes, who's in the game. Now Nora Kraske, a pass to Rao. Swings it in her hands over to Nora Kraske, finds Wolfgram, drives it baseline, drives it short on the layup attempt. And Harrisburg pulls in the rebound. They've been a great rebounding team so far, and getting trapped near the half-court line was McCullum, but was able to get rid of it, and now Rao is caught with her hand in the cookie jar. It's a reach. That is Rao's second personal, but now bonus free throws coming up here for Harrisburg, who for the remaining 48 seconds will be in the bonus. First free throw left short by Geddes. As Emerson, a sophomore for the team, would like to get her first points here in the game. On the second attempt here, puts it up, and it's in. 47-23 your score. Wells inbounds it to Wolfgram. The pressure backs off after the inbound, and Yankton wants to set up their offense. They trail 24 here as the pass to Rao. Now over to Wolfgram. Thought about the three, decided against it. Tries driving instead. Well short on that layup attempt. Now Harrisburg, no shot clock, but they move it quickly with Autumn Bryant, who then pulls it back. Bryant tries getting it in down low. Pass intercepted. Elwood's got it. Now Yankton a chance for the final shot of the quarter. Under 10 to play here in the third. Wolfgram kicked it out, now over to Rao. Nearly lost it, 3 seconds here. Kraske fires up the three to close out the quarter. It's no good. 8 minutes to play here on the floor for the Gazelles. They trail 23 to the Harrisburg Tigers. Again, it is a doubleheader, and between games we'll be celebrating 150 years of the Yankton School District. That's all here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
8 minutes to play here in this one. Yankton needs a flawless fourth quarter. 47-23 they trail. Tigers on top with the basketball. Lincoln trying with it. Forced to pick up her dribble. A dangerous pass there. It is scooped up. Nora Kraske all over it on defense. Logan Durnell did a nice job of getting out of a sticky situation. Down low, they move it to McCollum. She's covered by Wells with her hands straight up. Gets around and off the glass. Two more. McCollum has been a difference maker in this game for Harrisburg. Now Jocelyn Elwood had a pass she wanted, tried changing it last second. A quick fast break opportunity here for Harrisburg. Wolfgram definitely had a hand on that one and disrupted the shot. Kraske pulls it in. Yankton moves it quickly on the other side with Rao, who swings it, wraps it all the way around. Wolfgram fires the three off of the Wells assist. No. Yankton can just not get a shot to fall right now. It's been tough going. Nedved, the shot, no good. Offensive rebound and a foul. I believe that'll go against Wells of the Gazelles. And now a couple of subs in for Yankton. Berkeley Olson and Sabrina Kraske are in the game. The foul was on Wells, her third personal, team's first in the quarter. 1 minute into the fourth. It's 49-23, Harrisburg up big time. Tigers with the basketball. Lincoln Tryon with it well beyond the perimeter. Now Autumn Bryant with it. Finds a cutter and Nedved. Nedved fouled on the shot. Harrisburg is not making things easy at all for Yankton in tonight's game. At the free throw line is Taylor Nedved, first of two short. Kraske, Sabrina Kraske that is, called for her first personal, team second. And the second of two, good for Nedved, who gets her 8th point in the match. As Brenna Elwood will check in place of Eden Wolfgram. Bringing the ball down the floor, Elwood. Fouled immediately by Claire McCullum on defense. McCullum at 5'11", Brenna Elwood only 5'5", a half foot of a difference there. That's her 4th personal, team's first. Now you think up 27, it's not quite as urgent. As a pass up top, Rao fires the triple, it's in. September Rao stays impressive on the night. 13 points for her in the game tonight. Harrisburg on the other side. The answer for Nedved off the front iron, no. Rao fights for the rebound, and it's knocked out of bounds. Last touched by Harrisburg. 50-26 your score. Yankton down 24. 6:08 to play here in this one. Might be out of reach for Yankton, but what you'd like to see is to just slowly take away that lead and just get it a little bit closer. As Sabrina Kraske with it. Nora gave her the pass, nearly traveled. Now into Rao. Spinning jumper that was blocked. Harrisburg got a hand on it, and they'll bring it the other direction, moving it right to left. Nedved has some space. Hands it off. Another three-point attempt for the Tigers. No, but an offensive rebound. Nedved. And she gets up to double-digit scoring in tonight's game. 52-26 with 5:24 to play. Rao to the hands of Sabrina Kraske up top. She moves it. Rao way downtown. Money! September Rao drills the three. That one, I would say, is NBA range. 52-29. Rao gets the steal. She'll be hard to keep up with. Throws it off the glass. No. Offensive rebound. And fouled on the shot is Berkeley Olson. Still on that September Rao three. A good 3, maybe 4 steps beyond the arc. Got it to fall. The foul's on Allison Flanagan, her first personal, team's second. That shot up and in for Olsen. Now up to 3 points in the game for her, as checking back in here for Yankton is Tyan Bestie and Jordan Kudera. It's a 22-point difference with 4:56 to play. Olsen left that one short, and Tyan Bestie got a hand on it. It'll force a jump ball, and it stays with the Gazelles. Wolfgram's back in place of Nora Kraske. For Yankton, the squad made up of Berkeley Olsen, Jordan Kudera, Tyan Bestie, Brenna Elwood, and Eden Wolfgram, who inbounds. Dishes it out and gets it in to Tyan Bestie. Tyan over to Brenna Elwood. Now Kudera. Kudera drives, picks up her dribble. Elwood steps it back, a long two. Off the front iron it goes. Autumn Bryant, another rebound. And an impressive performance for her as well with 12 points. Nedved wants the triple. Misses it all. Rebound goes Yankton's way. Jordan Kudera loses the basketball. Autumn Bryant now losing it. And Kudera gets a hand on it. Goes out of bounds. Last touched by Autumn Bryant. Autumn Bryant got the steal, but then just couldn't quite control it. Taking advantage of that was Jordan Kudera. Gazelles moving on offense. Brenna Elwood up top to Wolfgram. Wolfgram hands it off back to Brenna. Brenna swings it all the way to Bestie. Elwood had to go up to get that one. Finds a cutting Kudera off her hands. It goes. Berkeley takes the short jumper. No. Halfway through our fourth quarter of action, 52-30. Harrisburg leads and is inching closer and closer to their first win on the season. Now Nedved with it. To the corner three. Durna wants it. No, but an offensive rebound and a wide open second attempt falls for Allison Flanagan. She's nearing the double-digit mark with 9 points now. A dump-off pass to Elwood. Then to Kudera. Kudera to the free throw line. She moves it. Gives it up Wolfgram. Wolfgram into the lane. Takes a mid-range jumper. Just bounces in and out. Just been a night where the shots have not fallen for the Gazelles. 3 minutes to play in this one. Autumn Bryant gets it down low to Allison Flanagan. The turnaround jumper is pure and puts her at 11 on the night. 56-30 on the three-point attempt here. No, but Tyan Bestie offensive rebound and puts it back in for 2. Tyan Bestie with her first points of the night. She does have a couple of rebounds as well as that last offensive rebound. A full swap coming up for Harrisburg as a deep three-point attempt. Durnell left it short. Rebound goes Brenna Elwood's way. She's got 4 tonight. Yankton moves it quickly. Up ahead, they move it. And a foul as hitting the deck there is Tyan Bestie. A clean slate here for the Harrisburg Tigers. In for Yankton is Addison Muth and Sabrakraski. Gazelles with it, they get it in. Jordan Kudera, 2:12 to play in this one. Picks up her dribble in the lane, and this one intercepted, going the other direction here, and now it's knocked out of bounds by Yankton. Hope Gable had the steal and was hoping to bring it the other direction. Now 2:05 to play. They swing it around. Up top, Claire McCullum with it. Now to Emerson Geddes. Not a huge bench here for the Tigers. They only have 5 players who don't start and actively sit on their bench. So even in a game where you're up 24, players who play a lot are still going to be in the game. 3-point attempt there for Emerson Geddes, in and out. 100 seconds to play here. It's a 24-point lead favoring Harrisburg. Yankton, nice ball movement, gets a good look for Tyan Bestie, switches home the 3. Tyan Bestie, her first triple of the season. She's up to 5. Hope Gable drives it in the lane, off the glass. It's good. Both teams trading a bucket apiece. Jordan Kudera with it, steps it up to the 3-point line, now out. Thought about it, was Bestie. Bestie to Brenna Elwood, and her 3 is good. The 3rd assist of the night for Tyan Bestie. 53 seconds to play here. Pump fake from Lydia Jensen. Didn't take it to the rack, though. Instead, gave it up to Allison Flanagan at the free throw line now. Back to Jensen. It goes off the back iron, falls in. These teams scoring fast and furiously. 60-38, Harrisburg leads. 2 seconds between shot and game clock. Yankton with possession. They get it in the lane. Brenna Elwood just lofts it up. No. And Harrisburg pulls in the rebound. Elwood hit the deck hard. No foul will be called with 20 seconds to play here. Sadie Worth with it. Well beyond the perimeter for Harrisburg, and she will be content with dribbling the basketball out. And that will wrap up our game here tonight in Yankton. The Gazelles fall 60-38 and will fall to 1-1 on the year, their first loss of the season. And for Harrisburg, they get their first win of the season after falling to Marshall, Minnesota earlier in the year. A tough game there for the Gazelles as they struggled to get things rolling.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
And into our first Go to National Bank post-game show on the floor here. They do have the celebration of 150 years for the Yankton School District. So as I tally up the final stats in tonight's game, they have a lot going on here for the 150th, including they'll have the intro by Superintendent Dr. Wayne Kindle, who's on the floor right now. We'll have a celebration video on the video board. The South Dakota Secretary of Education, Dr. Joe Graves, will speak. Then we'll hear from Representative Mike Stevens to read the governor's proclamation. Then a Yankton School District alumni special gift video on the video board. We'll hear from Franny Kiefer, the executive director of the YSD Alumni Association. And then we will close it back out again with the superintendent, Dr. Wayne Kindle, as we'll put the camera on Yankton streaming on YouTube onto the video board, microphones to pick it up. So we'll just continue on with our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Again, your final score here tonight was 60-38, with the Gazelles falling to the Harrisburg Tigers. Hats off to Harrisburg. It was a heck of a game played by them, especially on the defensive side. Your final stats here for Yankton. Kelson Wells in this one with 2 points, 1 rebound, and shot 50% from the floor. Addison Muth did get a rebound and an assist late here in the game. Jocelyn Elwood with 2 points on 33% shooting and 2 steals. For Eden Wolfgram, was a slower night. 6 points for her off of 2 of 10 shooting. 2 rebounds, an assist, and 2 blocks for Wolfgram. Nora Kraske had 3 points in this one and had 1 rebound to go with that. For Berkeley Olson, 1 rebound, shot 50% on her free throws and got 1 point. Jordan Kudera in this one didn't score, but made an impact elsewhere with a rebound, an assist, and a steal. Tyan Bestie, 5 points off the bench. She had 2 offensive rebounds to make up her 2 total rebounds and a steal. For September Rao, a big game, 16 points off of 6 of 11 shooting, including 4 of 6 from downtown. 4 rebounds, 3 defensive, 1 offensive, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Sabrina Kraske went 1 for 1 shooting. That was from downtown for 3 points. Also had 2 assists in the game. And for Brenna Elwood in this one, shot 1 time in the game. Had an offensive rebound and an assist. Those are your final stats for the Yankton Gazelles. Now time to name our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. Well, who else could the hot hands of the game be tonight outside of September Rao? Just what an overall performance for the sophomore. 16 points, 6 of 11 shooting, 55% that is, with 4 of 6 from downtown, 67%, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Even though the Gazelles could not pull out the win, it really was a great performance there for September Rao. Again, our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Coming up later tonight, the Yankton Bucks will also host the Harrisburg Tigers on the second half of a doubleheader here on a Friday night. For the Gazelles, they shot 34% as a team on the floor, 29% from downtown. Their free throws, they shot 75%, had 14 rebounds, and really, that's probably right there where you could say the difference was the rebounding on the floor. And then in turnovers, Yankton with 17 turnovers. Only 14 rebounds. That right there is probably a large part of the game that you could wrap this one up to for the Gazelles, again, who just couldn't quite pull off the victory here tonight. As it's officially basketball season, we've got some other games going on right now as well. As we'll take a look at what is going on here in AA action. For girls, Sioux Falls, Washington defeated Sioux Falls, Lincoln 57-12. Sioux Falls, Jefferson beat Sioux Falls, Roosevelt at Roosevelt 59-48. At halftime, a good one going in Brookings as Watertown on top of Brookings 15-14. Of course, here tonight, Harrisburg defeats Yankton, the Gazelles 60-38. And at the half, T-Area currently on top of Huron 35-28. No updates on the following games as Rapid City Central hosts Aberdeen Central. Spearfish hosts Belfouche. And Pierre T.F. Riggs will host Rapid City Stevens. All those games listed for a 7 o'clock start. You imagine they've started, we just don't have any updates. And then into AA for boys. Number 5 ranked O'Gorman on top of Brandon Valley after the first quarter, 11-7. And then no updates elsewhere. All of these games are yet to come. Sioux Falls Jefferson against Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln travels to take on Sioux Falls Washington. Not much of a travel, a light jaunt across town. Tonight here we'll see the Bucks hosting the Harrisburg Tigers as Yankton and Harrisburg both in their season openers. Watertown will travel into Brookings. Aberdeen Central hosts Rapid City Central. That's at Rapid City Central, so Aberdeen will travel. Pierre T.F. Riggs will travel to Rapid City Stevens to play. And Huron against T-Area, at T-Area. And Belfouche against Spearfish. These are all games that are set to play here tonight, as we still await a chat with one of the Gazelles coaches, whether an assistant coach or head coach Blake Savvy. Since we can't hear it quite on the floor, we are going to take a break. We'll try to catch the rest of what's going on for the celebration of the 150 years of Yankton School District. But again, can't really hear the board too well here on the court, so we'll take a break and be back in a moment.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Group's, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
My name is Taylor Reining, and at Elkhorn Valley Bank and Trust, there really is a difference. So Elkhorn Valley Bank is different from other institutions because we value our customers and we want them to feel valued. Our customers will walk in the door and we'll greet them by name. We know who their kids are, we know what their background is, we can ask them how things are going, and we pick up where we left off from the last time that they were in. Elkhorn Valley Bank, great for you, great for your community.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
And back to the court as the video is just wrapped up in honor of the 150 years. Again, here at the Summit, free hot dogs, free popcorn. It's a pretty great deal going on here. As now on the floor, it'll be the Secretary of Education, Dr. Joe Graves, will speak here. As Yankton, again, 150 years it's been that this school has been open. 150 years, and it is going strong. As Dr. Kendall said, hopefully, looking forward to the next 150 years. Of course, won't be around for all of those, but the school district certainly could, as it was first started in the year 1875. Right here in Yankton. The Gazelles tonight fall to 1-1 on their record for the season. Harrisburg gets their first win of the season. So again, right now talking is the South Dakota Secretary of Education, Dr. Joe Graves. After him will be State Representative Mike Stevens, and he will read the governor's proclamation. Let's take a look at the South Dakota media prep polls and the Power 5 polls. As now we've got two different media polls to look at. In boys AA, we'll start with the South Dakota media prep poll, and first is Sioux Falls Lincoln. They're followed by Brennan Valley in second, Huron in third, Mitchell in fourth, and Bishop O'Gorman getting that fifth spot. Also receiving votes on the prep poll, Sioux Falls Jefferson, Harrisburg, who we'll see in action tonight, Sioux Falls Washington, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Spearfish and T-Area. And then on the South Dakota media prep poll in girls AA, Bishop O'Gorman lands the top spot with Brandon Valley in second. Sioux Falls, Washington, the 3 spot. Sioux Falls, Jefferson, the 4th spot. And Rapid City Stevens, the 5th spot. Also receiving votes in girls AA, Mitchell, Spearfish, Aberdeen Central, and Rapid City Central. Of course, both the Gazelles and Harrisburg tonight not on that, hoping to work their way onto it at some point during the season. Then to the South Dakota Power 5 poll. Boys AA on top. Sioux Falls Lincoln with Brandon Valley in second. Huron in third. Mitchell in fourth, and Sioux Falls Jefferson getting the 5th spot. Also receiving votes on that poll, Spearfish, O'Gorman, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Sioux Falls Washington, Harrisburg, and T-Area. Again, Harrisburg receiving votes on both polls, but not cracking the top 5. Yankton not on those, and again, looking for some big wins to put themselves on it. And then in girls AA for the Power 5 poll, it's pretty similar. O'Gorman number 1, Brandon Valley number 2, Sioux Falls Washington number 3. Here's where we have a slight change. Tied in 4th is Rapid City Stevens and Sioux Falls Jefferson. And then what would technically be the 6th spot, Mitchell, also receiving votes in the Power 5 poll. In girls AA is Aberdeen Central. On the floor right now is Representative Mike Stevens, and he is reading the governor's proclamation. Again, wish we could get you the audio for it here on the floor, just isn't quite loud enough. And that is why we're just keeping the camera rolling and kind of going through our post game and what's up to come. And what is up to come is the Yankton Bucks' first basketball game of the season as they host the Harrisburg Tigers. As the game was initially set for about 7:30, but the thing is, you kind of knew with this 150-year celebration that game wasn't going to start at 7:30, so we'll just have to wait, see when the game does get started. And when this celebration is wrapped up, we will have our regular pregame brought to you by Anytime Fitness of Yankton, talking all things Bucks and Harrisburg. I'll have a video again. Big thank you to Tony and Angela Mybaum of Pivotal Photo for the great work they did on those videos. We'll have a Meet the Roster, senior interviews, getting to know the seniors a little bit better, coach interviews, and, of course, starting lineups and tip-off all on the way. For Yankton, they wrapped up their season last year 5-16. Harrisburg ended up as the number 4 team in the state. That's where they finished at the state tournament, that is anyways, as they took on Sioux Falls Lincoln in the 3rd place game. Again, right now, not sure when we will hear from either Coach Savvy or one of the assistant coaches, as Representative Mike Stevens has just wrapped up on the floor, which will be bring us to our Yankton School District Alumni Association gift video onto the video board. And I was told to keep this under lock and key until it's going on the floor. And it's going on right now. And it's really pretty big news for Yankton as the Yankton School District Alumni Association celebrates $500,000 matching endowed scholarship gift. The Yankton School District Alumni Association is proud to announce a transformational gift that will impact students for generations. Dave and Dee Knudsen have made a $500,000 donation to establish a permanently endowed scholarship and have designated the contribution as a matching gift from the community. Dave Knudsen, Yankton High School class of 1968, shared the motivation behind the gift. I had excellent teachers and a wonderful education. That education has helped me throughout my life and is a part of celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Yankton school system. I'm pleased to announce that my wife and I are giving the Yankton School District Alumni Association a matching gift of $500,000. That is $500,000. Knudsen went on to graduate from Harvard College, New York University School of Law, and the University of South Dakota Beacom School of Business. He's practiced law for 50 years and has been active in public service. In 2021, the law school at USD was named the Knudsen School of Law in his honor. With this matching gift in place, every contribution made by alumni families, and community members will be doubled, accelerating the growth of the new endowment and expanding long-term opportunities for the Yankton School District. Dr. Wayne Kindle, superintendent of the Yankton School District, emphasizes the impact of this gift. This gift from David D. Knutson is monumental in putting the Yankton School District Alumni Association in a position to move forward with the plan to seek other donors. Most importantly, it will benefit Yankton High School students for many years into the future. We are simply blessed to have this gift. This will certainly inspire others who have been considering a gift, and we welcome them to reach out to us. This also recognizes the appreciation alumni have for the Yankton School District, affirming this is a very special place. Again, those are the words of Dr. Wayne Kindle. Franny Kiefer, director of the Yankton School District Alumni Association, emphasized the impact of the combined gifts. This gift is more than just scholarships, it's an investment in our students. The matching gift gives everyone the chance to double their impact. Together with the help from Dave and Dee, we're building a legacy that will benefit generations to come. They were proud to establish their endowment in July, and the creation of this endowment was made possible by a trust gift from Eugene from Yankton High School class of 1947 and Connie Mylands of Yankton High School class of 1950. The endowment will provide ongoing support for the district and ensure future generations will have success or access to opportunities that enhance learning, encourage innovation, and prepare them for lifelong success. The Yankton School District Alumni Association's goal is to create a global community of alumni and friends who support the development of educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. To learn more about the Yankton School District Alumni Association or to reach out to Franny Kiefer, please visit bit.ly/YSD alumni, email franny.kiefer@k12.sd.us, or call 605-760-2019. Again, a $500,000 commitment to the Yankton School District Alumni Association. I'm guessing we'll hear from Coach in the half of the Bucks game, as we'll start now our Anytime Fitness pregame show for the Bucks as they host the Harrisburg Tigers. Now the boys basketball season is officially here. Neither of these teams have had a chance to hit the floor against an opponent yet, so both are going to be excited to get this first game in. As always, first games can be tricky for coaches. Your team has so much energy, it's just ready to give it their all. But you need to make sure to somewhat keep that in check and make sure you're not making those mistakes that derail the game. Yankton coming off a season that saw them going 5-16 and will be looking to get back into their winning ways. Harrisburg went 19-5 last year and placed 4th in the state tournament. Expect them to be eyeing a spot again in this year's tournament. Here's the numbers from last year. Yankton put up 46.3 points per game to Harrisburg's 56 points per game. Yankton allowed 53 points per game while Harrisburg gave up 50. For Yankton, they went 5-16, but their average game was within 7 points. For Harrisburg, they won by an average of 6 points. Last year, these teams played. Harrisburg won 48-40. And now if you talk with Coach Haynes, obviously he'd like to see more wins during the season. But there's the thing. With a 5-16 record, the Bucks were competing in about every game last season, and they lost some heartbreaking close games. Expect them to continue playing with that scrappy style and staying with any team in the state. For Harrisburg, it was a very successful season, again placing 4th in all of AA. Last year when these teams played, Harrisburg was the clear on-paper favorite, but the Bucks gave them a run for their money. Later, you'll hear Coach Langrock talk about the struggles of playing these Yankton teams. With that said, there's definitely talent and potential with this Harrisburg squad, and there's certainly one to keep an eye on. Here during our Yankton Fitness pregame show, the timer has started in pregame, so we're pretty much going to go one right after another. It's time to meet your Yankton Bucks roster. After that, senior interviews, your coach interview with Harrisburg Coach Langrock. We'll hear from Coach Haynes, and then shortly after, tip-off.
Ivan Hirschman, number 1, guard. Beck Reichen, number 2, guard. Owen Isnes, number 3, guard. Jackson Kudra, number 4, guard.
Abe O'Brien, number 5, forward.
Easton Skelhaus, number 10, guard. Tegan LaCroix, number 11, guard.
Miles Grossman, number 12, forward.
Grady Walder, number 13, guard.
Sean Harms, number 14, guard.
Carson Craw, number 15, guard.
Jackson Riken, number 30, forward. Austin Conway, number 52, center.
This is Abe O'Brien, senior forward of the Yankton Bucks. I first got started with basketball probably 2nd or 3rd grade. Travel team with Owen and Beck there on the team. Favorite memory of being part of Bucks basketball would be freshman year when we won the state tournament. Goals for the season are hopefully we can get back to state tournament and get at least 10 wins. If we had a one-on-one competition with the whole team, I think one of us seniors would definitely win that. And if I had a one-on-one with Coach Haynes, I'm taking that 11-0.
Hi, this is Owen Eidsness, senior guard of the Yankton Bucks. I first got started in basketball really young age. I have a picture of my dad when I was just like a baby holding the basketball next to a hoop. But then I guess the start was the travel team in 3rd grade. My favorite memory of being a part of Bucks basketball is definitely freshman year. I bet that'll probably be all 3 of our answers. Freshman year when we won the state championship, just the environment there, and hopefully we can make a memory like that this year as our team. Our goals for the season would be 10 wins probably, get back to more of a successful chance, I guess, in that SODAC 16 game. Probably be a state tournament team. Hopefully that's one of our big goals. And then fun fact about me is I love candy and I could eat it all day. And if we had a one-on-one competition with the whole team, I'd probably just take myself just because you got to have confidence. And in a one-on-one against Coach Haynes, the score would be 11-0 because Coach Haynes couldn't guard me.
Hey, this is Beck Riken, senior guard of the Yankton Bucks. I first got started in basketball, playing with my brothers at a young age and my dad. The favorite memory being a part of Buck basketball is probably freshman year when the varsity team won state, and really just any trip out to Rapids is always fun. Goals for this season, honestly, being in that 10 seed range, getting enough wins to have a good shot at the state tournament. One-on-one competition with the whole team would win. Honestly, probably one of us 3 seniors, I'd say, definitely. And if I had a one-on-one against Coach Haynes, I'd win 11-0.
On our coaches' conversations, now chatting with head coach Scott Langrock of the Harrisburg Tigers. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing well. Excited for basketball. The season has just started. Could you tell me what you've seen from your team in practice so far?
Yeah, we're excited too. I think everybody will tell you they're excited just about the energy and the anticipation of that first game, and just everybody's confidence is high, right? They have high expectations for their programs, and before you start playing games, everybody believes they can do it. So I like our energy, obviously, and I like our togetherness. I guess is a cliche word that everybody uses nowadays, but I think we're pretty connected, and our guys have a good feel for each other, and I like our willingness to be coached and our spacing offensively. I think offensively we're actually maybe a little bit further ahead than typical other first, second weeks of the year. So I'm pretty excited about that.
And first game of the year for you and the team, as you mentioned, against the Bucks in Yankton. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, it feels like it's about the 20th straight year we've opened at Yankton. Obviously, that's not the case, but man, it's always a tough challenge for us to go down there and play. They have such a pride in their program, and Chris does such a great job getting the guys ready, and the crowd will be out in full force, and it's a tough place to play and tough place to win. You know they're going to be aggressive defensively and take away your space, and they got great hands, and they try to take charges, they rotate, they scramble defensively very well, so we're not going to get a lot of open looks from the three-point range, which we love to do. So we're just going to have to be disciplined offensively and get the ball reversed more than once. That's kind of what we've been focused on a little bit on our end. Just be patient, reverse the ball, and get what we want, and then attack the paint if we can do that. Play inside out. But yeah, they're going to be talented, no doubt about it. And, you know, they got the young Cooter kid coming back from a really good freshman year, and obviously the Idness and the Rikens, and you know, some of those names just kind of stick around forever down there. So they're competitors. You know, I would say Chris probably will tell you that they maybe undersized a little bit, but they, in my opinion, they make up for it in the competitiveness and the pride, and that just makes them really, really tough to beat.
And so what are some of the goals for your team this season?
Yeah, you know, I think everybody will say, hey, you want to compete in your conference, you want to win your home games, and if you can steal a conference road game here and there, that's a great way to get there. And I think by February, you want to be in a position to host a SODAC game and give yourself a chance to get to the state tournament in March and get that momentum going into that state tournament. If you can get there, get a little extra confidence. Game by game, just personal expectations that we would have is defensively. We don't have a lot of size either. So defending the paint, defending the post is going to be a challenge for us. And we're going to have to figure out what works for us. If that's three-quarter with a double, if that's fronting the post, we're going to try a little bit of everything. Same thing with how you're going to defend ball screens. We got a few different options there, but we just got to figure out, find out what we're good at and just keep rolling and building on what we're good at. Rebounding is always going to be a concern for us on both ends. You know, can we get a couple extra possessions by going to the offensive boards, and can we eliminate that from the opponents? Obviously, possession of the ball and valuing the basketball and not turning it over becomes very important.
And who are a couple of players on your team that we should expect to see a lot from in this game, and what is it that they do best?
Yeah, you know, I think it starts with Stellan. Stellan Larson is a returning starter from our last year's team, and he was an all-state tournament team. He had a great state tournament. You know, we lost 2 games, but he had 3 really good games. So he understands the expectations. And another guy, Creighton Gibbon, another senior, came off the bench, and he shot the 3 at 45% for us last year. He's going to have to expand his role on both ends. David Doe is probably a name that you're going to see a lot this year from us. He played off the bench probably 8 minutes a game as a sophomore. He's in the starting lineup this year. He's a dynamic player. He's a matchup problem for other teams in a lot of ways. So I think he's going to be a breakout guy for us. And then, you know, Cole Quaker can make shots. He's another senior that's really worked really hard in the offseason. And Owen Siliuson, some of those guys I think are good. Miles Knorr, some of those guys are going to really put themselves in a spot to, hey, be standout guys or just role players, or, you know, wherever we need them to be, they're going to make plays.
Well, Coach, thanks a lot for the time. I really do appreciate it. We should have a good matchup on our hands.
All right, man. Thanks for the phone call. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Again, that was head coach Scott Langrock of the Harrisburg Tigers on our Coaches Conversations. Up next, our chat with head coach Chris Haynes of the Bucks. Back on our Coaches Conversations, now chatting with Bucks head coach Chris Haynes. Coach, it's great to see you and happy that the season is finally here.
Yeah, you know, it's been a long 2 weeks, but short 2 weeks. It's kind of weird how that always goes at the beginning of the year. First week with 2-a-days, and thought we had a really good week of practice the first week. Boys worked hard and competed. And I think we got a group of hard-nosed, tough, competitive kids, multi-sport athletes. They're trying to do the things that we're asking them to do. And but it is, you know, as coaches, you could have 100 practices and you would still not feel like you're ready for a game. The players, I'm sure, after the first practice, they were like, all right, Coach, we're ready to go.
And as always, first games can be tricky. You love the excitement from the team, but you don't want it to cause too many mistakes. You also haven't had a chance to see the opposing team. What are you going to be paying close attention to in this one?
Yeah, first game is always, get out there and you got to get a feel for it. The nerves and butterflies will be there. You just got to settle into the game. And I think the first games and even first couple games, obviously, it's more about your team and your program and what you're trying to do. And go out and execute those things. Obviously, you got to make some adjustments as far as what the other team is going to do. Coach Langrock's been there a long time, got another extremely talented team. And so traditionally, you know some things that Coach Langrock has normally done, but that doesn't mean they're going to do those things tonight in the first game. And so you just kind of let the game settle in and see how it goes and make adjustments accordingly.
And what should we expect to see from your guys on the floor, both offensively and defensively?
Well, hopefully we play hard. We're going to have to defend. If Harrisburg's in the high 50s, 60s, or 70s, which they're more than capable of doing, it's probably going to be tough. So we got to defend, and then we got to rebound. That's going to be something. Obviously, we're not the biggest team in the world, so can we keep them off the glass? They got size and length and physicality, so we're going to have to do a good job keeping them off the glass. And then if we can take care of the basketball and play together on the offensive end and make some baskets, then maybe we'll be in the game and give ourselves a chance at the end.
I know you kind of said it's more so looking at your guys, what you can do on the floor, but as you mentioned, you've coached against Coach Langrock for years now. What traditionally have you seen from Harrisburg?
Traditionally, they come out of the gates just flying. They usually play extremely fast, up-tempo, with a lot of pace. They're usually scoring a lot of points early in the season. They spread it out. They got a lot of guys that can shoot. Obviously, the Larson kid is returning all-state type player and just really good player. He can score at all three levels, so he causes a lot of problems. Then you have to help on him a little bit, and they got other guys that can score and can shoot it. And they always have a good mix of inside-outside balance. He's always got guys that can post up and a big kid inside. He's got shooters. He's got athletic guards that can create. And so we expect that. Traditionally, they've been a high-pressure man-to-man team. With the length they have tonight, I would expect that again. But, maybe they'll even sprinkle in some zone with the length that they have.
And what are some of the goals that you've given your team for this year?
Yeah, obviously, we want to get off to a good start here before Christmas and play well and find an identity to our team. I think like every year, you ask your seniors what's the goal, and the first goal is always to get to the state tournament. And I think, these guys, and especially our seniors, after not being there for the last couple of years, that would be the ultimate goal. Now, there's a lot of really good teams out there, and that's not going to be an easy task. But obviously, that's what we're working towards here for 3 months to hopefully give ourselves a chance to get back to the state tournament.
As you said, you'd like to get off to a fast start before Christmas hits. What would a win right out of the gates mean for you and the team?
It's always good to open up at home on Friday night, and it's special. Obviously, a lot going on tonight with the Midco raffle, the YBI recognition for ball boys and ball girl, our youth stuff that they're doing. And then obviously the 150th anniversary of Yankton School District. So there's a lot going on in here tonight. Should be a great crowd, great atmosphere. Hopefully our guys go out and compete because you don't get a lot of these opportunities. And so hopefully we're able to take advantage of it.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time. We'll be chatting with you throughout the season. Good luck in this one.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks on our Coaches Conversations. When we return, the second half of a doubleheader as the Bucks host the Harrisburg Tigers, all here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. As we return back to the floor for a quick Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show, let's make healthy happen. You just heard from Coach Haynes. It's already time for your starting lineups, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling. Anytime, any day. For the Harrisburg Tigers, they come in as the visitors wearing maroon jerseys and shorts trimmed out in a dark yellow, light orange. They're coached by Scott Langrock. At junior guard, it's 6'1", number 3, Miles Knorr. A senior guard at 5'10", number 4, Cole Koiker. The senior forward at 6'5", it's number 11, Creighton Gibbon. Senior forward at 6'3", number 21, Stellan Larson. And to round off that Tigers lineup, junior forward at 6'1", it's number 22, David Doe. It's now time to meet your Yankton Bucks starting lineups.
Beck Reichen, number 2, guard.
Owen Isnes, number 3, guard.
Abel Bryan, number 5, forward. Miles Grossman, number 12, forward. Austin Conway, number 52, center.
Back to the floor as now they're announcing on the floor the starting lineups. Again, for the Tigers in their all maroon jerseys, trimmed out in a light orange for the Yankton Bucks. At home in their white jersey, white shorts, trimmed out in red. Both of these teams have yet to see an opponent this season. It is the season opener for both. Coach Haynes and his squad are looking for an improved season here tonight, and a win right out of the gates would be huge for the Bucks. Again, Harrisburg last year got 4th at the state tournament for the Bucks. 5-16, fell in that Sodak 16 matchup. Looking for improvement here, as out of their starting lineup, 3 seniors, 2 juniors. A couple of players you can expect off the bench: Ivan Hirschman, Jackson Kudera, and Tegan LaCroix. So some good role players that might not start, but certainly you're going to hear their names throughout the season. Out on the floor are the Tigers as we've hit 8 o'clock here, about right when we were thinking the game might start, 8 o'clock. And the Bucks now break huddle to get out onto the floor as we will take down our pregame show and load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. At the center circle here will be Abel Bryan jumping for the Bucks, and Stellan Larson for the Tigers. Ball is just about up, and the tip goes towards the Tigers as they'll move the basketball left to right. For the Bucks on defense, they'll start. David Doe with the basketball, a crossover. Nice move into the lane, gets the and one. David Doe was a player, shout out from Scott Langrock. Said he came off the bench, played well last season. Expect him to have an increased role. And 10 seconds into the season, he's already got a chance for 3. He sinks the free throw, and it's a 3-0 lead for Harrisburg. Austin Conway on the foul, picks up his first personal, team's first overall. For the Bucks, they move it right to left. Owen Isnes with it, swings it back Reichen. Reichen now beyond the perimeter, trying to work it to Conway. Conway was an all-state football player on the offensive line. Expect him to play down low frequently. Up top, Abel Bryan swings at Isnes. Isnes looking for some kind of space, gives it up Conway, top of the arc. Now Beck Reichen, 6 to shoot for the Bucks. It's been good defense. Abel Bryan has to take a contested 3, misses it all, and pulled in. The rebound was Miles Knorr, who'll bring it the other direction. David Doe now with it. He works against Abel Bryan, picks up his dribble. Gibbon swings it. 3-point attempt for the Tigers is good. Cole Koiker connects, and it's a 6-0 lead for this Harrisburg squad, who has a hot start. 6:53 to play here in the first quarter. Beck Reichen hands it off. Owen Isnes now swings it. Miles Drotzman to O'Brien. Up top, Reichen making his defender run with him. He's fouled on the layup attempt. He'll have 2 free throws coming up and a chance for the first score for Yankton of the year. Foul goes against Stellan Larson. His first personal, team's first. A foul on each side, and now Yankton an opportunity to get the scoring rolling. Reichen, the first of 2, leaves it short. Jackson Kudera, a name I mentioned, expect to see his name, hear his name called frequently, checks in for Austin Conway. Kudera, only a sophomore, coming off a freshman year, a very impressive season it was, including a game winner out west. Reichen 0 for 2, but Jackson Kudera gets the offensive board, spins it around, can't get that one to fall. Scoreless remain the Bucks. Harrisburg works it on offense. A good look from 3 for Koiker. Can't connect on the second one. Abel Ryan pulls in the rebound, and a foul will be called on Harrisburg, an off-ball foul. And I believe, again, it's going to go against Stellan Larson. It is. His second personal, team second, and that will force Coach Langrock to put Connor Clark in his place. Bucks work it back on offense throughout the first 95 seconds, have been held scoreless. They'll look to get things rolling as Beck Reichen crosses the midcourt line. Now Abel Bryan to Drotzman. Drotzman finds a cutting net. Eidsness just couldn't quite get it to go and bounces the basketball off of Harrisburg. That's as good of a look as you're going to get all season. And you got to think those pregame jitters and the first game jitters are probably the reason that one doesn't fall. Reichen inbounds it to Conway. Eidsness pump fakes the 3, instead takes a long 2, bounces around. No, Austin Conway using that offensive lineman's strength, pulls in the rebound, but then turns it over. Harrisburg with the 6-0 lead and the basketball. Gibbon wants to drive with it, loses the basketball, flips it out. David Doe drives baseline, loses it, out of bounds. Yankton basketball. 5:48 to play here in our first quarter of action. Yankton trails 6-0 to the Tigers. Still looking for those first points as they've gotten good looks. 2 free throws missed by Beck Reichen. Owen Eidsness, a short bunny. That didn't go for 2, and you got to think those are must-haves. Eidsness swings it. Kudera fires the 3 off the back iron. It goes into the hands of Connor Clark, the senior forward of the Tigers. David Doe spins, and his pass intercepted Eidsness. Eidsness brings it down the other direction, slows it down so his team can catch up. 5:20 to play here in the first. Still scoreless are the Bucks. Beck Reichen moves it to the far side. Gets stopped in the corner. Swings it up top, Conway. Conway takes a few dribbles, trying to back down Clark, and then gives it up to Reichen. Reichen, no shot attempts, technically, in this game, as a cutting Eidsness down low on the baseline, but then is forced to get rid of it. Reichen just has to launch it up. 3 seconds to shoot on the shot clock. Missed the rim and taken the other direction for Harrisburg. They'll fire another 3. Gibbon swishes it in. Creighton Gibbon knocks in the 3, his first score of the night. It's 9-0, favoring the visiting Tigers. 4:35 to play here in your first quarter of action. The Bucks on offense. Conway over to Eidsness on the far side. Eidsness launches the triple, left it short. It has not been a great start here for Yankton in this one. Plenty of game time left. They're going to have to get that offense rolling here. With the basketball is Koiker. Swings it out. Clark, the deep 3. Rims and swirls around and in. Falls in for a 12-0 lead for Harrisburg. It'll be enough to force a Coach Haynes timeout and a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification, salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
And as we return to the floor here, the Bucks hosting the Harrisburg Tigers with 4:09 to play in the first quarter. 12-0 favoring Harrisburg as they have been hot to start this one. 3 triples and an and one. Every time they've scored, it's been a 3-point play. Cooter up ahead to Drotzman, now to Eidsness. Eidsness swings it far side. Drotzman wants to drive with it, goes up with it. They're going to say a foul before the shot attempt on the floor. So an inbound coming up for the Bucks here. And the foul goes against number 12, Owen Siljason of the Tigers, his first personal, team's third. Beck tries to inbound it, knocked out of bounds by Bennett Jensen of Harrisburg. Another inbound coming up for the Bucks. They need to get that scoring started here. Beck Reichen gets it into Conway. Conway spins, bounce pass to Eidsness, now Kudera with it. Kudera bounce pass in, Conway wants to go down low. The post moves, it's good, and Austin Conway, the first score of the year for the Bucks. 12-2 your score. With it here is Miles Knorr, swings it up top, Jensen finds Gibbon beyond the perimeter, who works against Miles Drotzman, finds a seam off the glass, no good, and the ball bounces around a few times before Beck Reichen will take it the other direction, moving quickly, swings it out. Owen Eidsness for three, left it short, but he's fouled on the shot. Free throws coming up for Owen Eidsness, and he will get three. Foul is going to go against Bennett Jensen, his first personal, team's fourth. Teams look, they're going to inbound it. And I got to say, a little surprised. I guess no free throws coming up for the Bucks. It must have been either before or well after the shot attempt that the foul was called. Beck Reichen with it way beyond the perimeter, brings it in, finds a lane, off the glass and in. Yankton's offense now getting the ball moving a little bit with 4 straight points of their own. It's 12-4. They trail under 3 to play. Connor Clark lines up the triple off the back iron. It goes, and they fight for the basketball. Another foul on Harrisburg. Yankton's already in the bonus. That foul goes against Miles Knorr of the Tigers. His first personal, but that is going to be the team's 5th, I believe. As of now, they're saying 4 on the scoreboard. I'm not sure why the whistle was blown if it's not a foul. So it's not going to be a foul here, just Yankton possession, so no bonus for Yankton yet. Beck Reichen in the lane. Kicks it Conway, wants to bring it baseline. He gets cut off by Clark, but a cutting Kudera sinks the layup for 2. A nice set of offense there as Conway took his time. Kudera, a great cut, found himself with the easy attempt, and Chris Haynes has his team right back in this one. Great changes out of the timeout. David Doe works against Kudera. He gets cut off, forced to bring it back beyond the perimeter. Finds Cole Koiker. They swing it around the perimeter. Connor Clark now with it. Up top, he moves it to Doe. Doe now, Bennett Jensen, quick release on the triple, no. A far rebound, a fight for it. Last touch by Harrisburg. Yankton basketball. Yankton could make this a one-possession game after being down 12-0 right out of the gates. An exciting start to this one. If you're tuned in on Classic Hits 106.3 and would like to watch this game live, it's on Yankton streaming on YouTube. So the Bucks with possession here. Moving it, Beck Reichen hands it off. Now Kudera with it. In for Yankton is number 13, Grady Walder, a junior guard. Drotzman was struggling with it there, gives it up. Abe O'Brien knocked out of bounds, last touch by Owen Siljason. It'll stay with the Bucks. 17 on the shot clock, 97 seconds to play in our first set of action. 12-6 Harrisburg leads Yankton with possession. They get it in, a dangerous inbound. Miles Drotzman fakes the three. They swing it around. Beck Reichen gets a good look from range. No. Creighton Gibbon pulls it in, brings it the other direction as the Tigers move it left to right as you watch it. Walder defending Cole Koiker. Tigers with it. Bennett Jensen in the far side corner brings it back up to Koiker. Now David Doe takes a triple. Off the front iron it goes. No. Beck Reichen pulls in the rebound, but I believe we've got a foul here. And we get some boo birds from the Yankton crowd. They do not like that one at all. Beck Reichen picks up his first personal, team second. You always got to love the home crowd booing when the foul's called on them. Inbound gets into Siljason. Siljason over to Gibbon. Gibbon back to Siljason. Beyond the perimeter, moves it into the lane. Gets a good look on the jumper. Can't get it to fall as Kudera pulls in the rebound. Yankton with possession, under a minute to play in the first quarter. Miles Drotzman with it. Hands it off. Beck Reichen, who gets a play call from Coach Haynes on the sideline. Both these coaches respect each other. They both mentioned they've played each other how many years, and they just know what a great job the other does. Grady Walder fires the quick three, misses it all. Rebound into the hands of the Tigers. About a 3-second difference between shot and game clock, as the Tigers will see how they play it here on offense. Bennett Jensen over to Koiker. Koiker to the elbow, swings it out. Gibbon, wide open look from the three. Can't get it to fall. Rebound into the hands of Drotzman, and Yankton a chance for the final shot of the first quarter. If Yankton can be down either 3 or 4 points only after going down 12-0 to start the game, they're going to be awfully happy because they're on a 6-0 run in the last few minutes of play. Kudera down low in the lane, loses the basketball, gets it out with a second. Did he get the shot off? Doesn't matter as it's no good. Beck Reichen on the attempt. We wrap up our first 8 minutes of play and head to our second quarter of action. 12-6 with the Tigers on top here on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. You're tuned into Yankton Bucks basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
After a fast first quarter, it is 12-6 with the Tigers leading the Yankton Bucks. But the Tigers started out with a 12-0 run, and then Yankton the second half of that first quarter went on a 6-0 run. They'll start with the basketball here, and your second quarter of action is underway. Conway fighting for the basketball against David Doe. Able to hang on to it is Beck Reichen now beyond the arc. Moves it up top near the elbow, swings it. Drotzman gives it up. Conway, a jumper is money! Austin Conway, his second bucket of the night. Drotzman the assist. And a true big man in Conway you don't see much anymore. Ball's been put on the ground. Yankton's is going to come away with the steal. Beck Reichen takes it the other direction as Yankton wants to move quickly. As he puts the shot up, nearly got the circus act to go. Yankton crowd wants a foul. They're not going to get one. 12-8. Tigers lead, but Yankton closing that gap quickly. Gibbon now gives it up to Stellan Larson. David Doe now with it, brings it into the lane. Bounce pass. Kudera got a hand on it, went out of bounds, and it's another turnover forced by this Bucks defense. I said it in the pregame. Don't count out this Bucks team. Even if on paper they look like they should lose by 30 points, they're going to be probably within 10 points. It always seems to be that way. And they really have an opportunity for a statement win here to start the season. They trail 4 a minute into the second quarter. Kudera to Drotzman. Finds Eidsness, who wants to give it down low to Conway. Whistle blows. I believe Conway was fouled. It's going to be before the shot. Otherwise, we would have had an and one. David Doe will pick up his first personal, team's first. As checking in for the Bucks here is Tegan LaCroix. Beck Reichen will take a seat on the bench. Inbound gets into Conway, who's outside the three-point range. You probably won't see him take one unless it is a buzzer beater. Conway trying to work down low. The fade swishes it in. Austin Conway hot to start this one. A shimmy here, a shimmy there, and the Bucks are within 2 here. 6:30 to play in the first half. 12-10 Harrisburg leads. Creighton Gibbon swings it to the corner. Stellan Larson wants to drive in the lane. Finger roll, no! Bucks the rebound and a chance to either tie or take the lead. Eidsness up ahead to Drotzman. Drotzman hands it off. Yankton now will slow down their offense and set something up. Kudera with it, bounce pass in to Conway, swings it far side, corner three for the lead. Owen Eidsness put too much on it. And the whistle will blow, and I believe a timeout called by Coach Langrock. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. When we return here, this is Bucks basketball.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go and
out of the break, Yankton trails 12-10 to the Harrisburg Tigers. 6:02 to play in the half. I mean, talk about a resilient team in the first game of the season. You go down 12-0 right away, and it's like, okay, this one's already getting a little out of hand. Coach Haynes calls a timeout. Not sure what he told his guys in that timeout. I'd love to know. But they come out with a 10-0 run of their own and now only trail 2. Had a chance to take the lead there on that last possession as well, but the Tigers now back with possession. That one off of the hands of Cole Koiker. He was able to keep the possession, though, for the Bucks here on defense. Koiker with it, picks up his dribble to Stellan Larson. Stellan Larson tries driving at baseline, spins into the lane, can't get it, gets his own rebound, but it's stripped away. Miles Drotzman the steal. Yankton again an opportunity to either tie it up or to take the lead. They'll hand it off. Jackson Kudera nearing the half-court line here on offense. Tegan LaCroix with it, swings it, Drotzman. On the fake pick and roll from Conway, loses the basketball, knocked out of bounds, and they're going to say Conway touched it last. Conway doesn't agree. It's going to get sent the other way. Either he likes the call or not. 5:18 to play in the half. Just over 5 minutes to play in our second quarter, and it's been a good one here so far tonight in Yankton. Connor Clark, they move the basketball. Eidsness knocks it out of bounds. Possession stays with the Tigers. Again, we didn't hear from Coach Savvy or one of the Gazelles assistant coaches after that game. Hoping to hear from them during our Vacher Yankton halftime show, which is coming up. On top of that, we'll have your halftime stats. Inbound gets into Miles Knorr. Knorr works against Eidsness. It's 3 against 3 as far as the jersey numbers. Now Koiker moves it over to Gibbon. Gibbon between the legs. Now Stellan Larson wants to drive it. He's fouled hard on the drive. And if you can't tell already, Stellan Larson's probably going to drive to the rack almost every time he touches the basketball. Arms got tangled up in a foul on Tegan LaCroix, his first personal, team's first. That's only 3 total fouls here against Yankton to start this one, as Larson gets the first to go. That is the first score for Harrisburg since there was about 4 minutes left in that first quarter. That's nearly 8 minutes of game time where this Bucks team held Harrisburg scoreless. Larson gets them both to fall, and his first 2 points of the game. 14-10, the score now is. Still, Harrisburg leads. Yankton has not led in this one. Drotzman swings it over. Kudera, good look from 3 off the front of the rim. Into the hands it goes of Stellan Larson. Right now the Bucks just can't get that three-pointer to fall. Clark moves it to Koiker. Koiker to Gibbon. Now Gibbon to Larson as he does look to drive it baseline. A look from deep. Swishes it in. It's Cole Koiker. Now a run by Harrisburg of 5-0 in the last minute of action. Yankton trails 7. Offense has become stagnant. They've gotten some good looks, I should say. They're not getting them to fall right now. Conway with the basketball, wants to drive it in, gets stopped, swings it out. LaCroix beyond the perimeter, loses it, and they are going to say a backcourt violation as it hit the knee of Tegan LaCroix. I think Eidsness thought it last touched a Tiger. He didn't seem to worry too much about that half-court line. and a turnover for this Yankton offense, as Beck Reichen checks back in place of Tegan LaCroix for Yankton. Tigers on offense. They move it left to right. Koiker with it, who just knocked down a triple. Jensen gets it down low. Stellan Larson dishes it out. Now driving baseline are the Tigers, and that's going to be a foul called on Miles Drotzman. Foul on the floor. It'll be an inbound for the Tigers as Miles Drotzman picks up his second personal, team's first. I'm going to say team's first, but we definitely had a foul earlier that led to Stellan Larson free throws. And speaking of Stellan Larson, gets a good look from downtown, puts it in. 20-10 as Harrisburg back up double digits. Beck Reichen in his offense looking to do something here as Kudera with it. Brings it up to the free throw line, swings it. Eidsness pump fakes the triple. Decides to give it up to Drotzman. Far side, Beck Reichen, corner three, no. Another good look for this Bucks offense. It's just not getting it to go. Miles Knorr will bring it left to right here for the Tigers on offense. On the far side, Larson wants another three. It rims in and out. Kudera pulls in the board. His third of the night. He leads his team. And Kudera didn't start, and he's only 6'1". Up to Owen Eidsness, the ball goes. 2:35 to play in our first half. Conway going down low. Another fader gets it to go again. Austin Conway has not had one easy bucket, but he's up to 8 points in this one early in the game. You just don't see a true big anymore, so you get excited when you see a guy. You're not going to see him beyond the arc trying to do anything. 20-12, that snaps an 8-0 run by the Tigers, but now drilling the three is Cole Koiker. And another timeout by Coach Haynes, a full timeout. We've got a minute on the Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton Water Break. When we return, more Bucks basketball.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
As we're back, 2:06 to play here in the first half of action. For the Bucks, they trail 11. They've got possession as well, looking to narrow that gap entering the half. The largest deficit they had was 12, now back to an 11-point deficit. Abel Bryan lost the ball, but it was stripped free by the Tigers. Goes out of bounds, and it'll stay here with the Bucks. Inbounding, Beck Reichen. Again, I got a chance to talk with all the seniors. It was just interesting. Ask them all in a one-on-one against Coach Haynes. They all said they win 11-0. Owen Eidsness can't get his three-point attempt to fall. Conway did a great job saving it from going out of bounds. And better play, though, by the Tigers, more specifically Connor Clark, to keep it with his team. David Doe with it. Over to Bennett Jensen. He wants a three. No good. Austin Conway pulls it in. Bucks move it quickly the other direction. Wide open down low. Eidsness left it short. Just aren't used to seeing that from Owen Eidsness from last season. Those were automatic, and now driving here and scoring it is Creighton Gibbon to put his team up 13. It's the largest lead of the night for Harrisburg as Kudera will check in at the scorer's table. 63 seconds to play in our first half of action, a game that's been going on for just shy of 30 minutes. The handoff here to try and get the mismatch from Conway to Riken. Now it goes back from Conway to Riken. Riken way downtown, fires it, no. Abel Bryant got a hand on it, but will knock it out of bounds. Kudera checks in. He goes in for Owen Eidsness. Again, Eidsness, kind of a tough start to the game. He's making the right decisions and the right plays. They're just not going his way. And again, first game of the season, you'd expect by midseason and maybe even as early as next game, some of these start falling. Yankton with a little bit of full court pressure as the Tigers get through it. Connor Clark brings it to the top of the key. Now to Gibbon. Gibbon works it, spins into the lane, off the glass. What a shot. 27-12. The Bucks brought it all the way back within 2, and now trail 15 with 22 seconds to play in our first half. Beck Riken with the basketball. The Bucks look to take the final shot here of our first half. During our Vishay Yankton halftime show, we're looking to hear from one of the coaches of the Gazelles as well as our halftime stats and game trends. Beck Riken with it at the elbow, loses the basketball. David Doe saves it out of bounds, and his pass intercepted Abel Bryan. But that will wrap up our half of action. 27-12, the Harrisburg Tigers lead the Yankton Bucks as we officially reach the half. 2 quarters through, 2 quarters to go. As coming up here, before we enter our Vishay Yankton halftime show, is head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles to chat about their game that we saw earlier. And Coach, didn't quite go as well as the last game, but tell me about what you saw in the game.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like early on we let them jump us a little bit, and they kind of, I would say, scared us into a little bit of inaction. And got us out of our game. It didn't really feel like Gazelles basketball out there and our brand of basketball. And we, I think there were some flashes right at the end of the first half. I think we got up and pressured and got them off of their game a little bit. But we just kind of kept falling back into some lulls offensively and defensively. And so, a lot of things that we can clean up there as far as just making sure that regardless of the night, regardless of if there's a snow day the day before, whatever else, we got to come into this thing ready to go and expecting to go compete and play our brand of basketball.
And, you got to look at it as well as you do have a few seniors on the team, but still, you've got a lot of youth on the team. Coming off a 1-19 season, there's going to be some of those maybe hiccups or bumps in the road. You just kind of got to go with them. But again, with those young teams, you just see growth from every single game, a little bit more than you see even with the upperclassmen.
Yeah, and here's the thing. These early games, we're going to have a lot of learning lessons like that. And then we get to go have a nice block of practices during Christmas break and some things like that. But I think that everybody in that locker room understood that was not – they didn't get our best shot tonight. We just kind of let them dictate things a little bit too much. And offensively, defensively, we just kind of were outside of ourselves a little bit and just not who we are.
And speaking of youth, one of your players on your team who really had a great game was September Rao. She's only a sophomore, 16 points, 4 rebounds, and felt like lights out from downtown. Just an incredible performance from her.
Yeah, she puts in a lot of time in the gym and she shoots a lot of shots. Some of that I think came from a little bit of inaction for the rest of us on offense, and so, her trying to just create something, and that was a good kind of just light in the offensive end, is just having somebody that found the shots, made the shots, and kept us in it here and there. But I think we really need just more flow on offense, and thought we did a really good job moving the ball and have done a good job, last week in practices and all the things, and we just kind of lost that a little bit tonight, so we got stagnant. But again, she kind of use that and try to create something.
And now on to the next, as your team will be back in action this upcoming Tuesday in Sioux Falls against the Sioux Falls team again. And you've got 1 day of practice. Walk me through what that's going to look like.
You know, we've really got to refresh. Our press break, it just needs to be a lot cleaner as far as girls knowing where they need to be and where we need to look. And then offensively, we really have to go back and make sure that we're fundamentally sound. We're playing with each other, and there's a good flow to our offense, whether that's our initial action that, you know, we call in, making sure that we are running that correctly and all the way through. And then after the action, just playing with each other and playing basketball. You know, I think they kind of got us into some one-on-one basketball tonight, but we're really good when we play as a team.
And we have seen that already this season, so now just got to look forward to that next one. I'll be excited to cover that as well. Thanks again, Coach, as always, for the chat, and we'll talk with you next time.
Thank you very much. Go Gazelles.
Again, that was head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles. When we return, we'll continue with our Vichay Yankton halftime show and all of the halftime stats for your Bucks.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
For beautiful decor and gifts this holiday season, it's Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts of Yankton. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all from Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts of Yankton, your Christmas and holiday cheer store.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton, located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Now time for the Vichay Yankton Halftime Show. Vichay, define the world's future. Vichay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vichay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And again, as we enter the Vichay Yankton halftime show, earlier you heard from head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles, coming off a rougher night than what we saw from them against Sioux Falls Lincoln. But again, last year 1-19, a young squad. You're going to have some of those games where, maybe things weren't just clicking, and a little bit more leadership from upperclassmen would help. They do have seniors, but there's still, a lot of freshmen, sophomores on that team that play frequently. Our halftime stats for the Bucks, who trail 27-12. Beck Reichen with 2 points, a rebound, and a steal. Owen Eisnes with 1 rebound and a steal. Abe O'Brien, a rebound and a steal. Miles Drotzman with 1 rebound, 1 assist. 1 steal. Austin Conway off to a great start to his year. 8 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist from the big man. And Jackson Kudera off the bench, 2 points and 3 rebounds. As far as fouling, no real significant foul trouble for the Bucks. Beck Reichen with 1, Miles Drotzman with 1, Austin Conway with 1, and Tegan LaCroix with 1. So again, I mean, players only with 1 foul, it's really not too big of a concern. And on the flip side, Stellan Larson for the Tigers has 2 fouls, but 2 is nothing you really worry about at the half. Again, earlier, the Gazelles fell to the Harrisburg Tigers. And now the Bucks looking to get a win in their first game of the season. Neither Harrisburg or the Bucks have played a game yet this season. Fighting hard. I mean, it's been back and forth, fast action, but right now it's been all Harrisburg. They got out to that 12-0 lead, and it looked like, okay, this might just be one of those games where the team just takes the lead and never gives it up. Well, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Yankton decided to go on a 10-0 run of their own to bring it within 2 points. And after that, it's been all Harrisburg yet again, as they then outscored Yankton 15-2 for the remainder of the first half. We are just moments away here from the second half of action. We'll close out our Vichay Yankton halftime show, and when we return, our third quarter of action. This is Bucks basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Hi, this is Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. Merry Christmas! I have everything for your holiday gifting for the ladies, the kids, including gift certificates. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
As we close out our Vichay Yankton halftime show, it's 27-12 with the Harrisburg Tigers on top of the Yankton Bucks. To start the third quarter, the Tigers will have it. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear alongside Justin Paisano, running the camera and the stream for tonight. Big thank you to all of our Yankton Sportscaster Club members. We couldn't broadcast these games that we love to broadcast without them, as well as all of our Element sponsors. Tigers in their burgundy jersey and shorts trimmed out in orange. The Bucks in white jerseys, white shorts trimmed out in red. The Tigers will start with the basketball, moving it right to left to start our third quarter of action. Creighton Gibbon to inbound for the Tigers. And he'll get it into Cole Koiker as the second half is officially underway. David Doe, a fake from beyond the arc. Gives it up, gets it right back. At the top of the key, now to Gibbon. Gibbon tried bringing it baseline, got cut off by Abe O'Brien. He'll give it up to Knorr. Back to Gibbon to Doe. Tigers moving the ball well, but right now Yankton's defense not giving them much room to breathe. 8 seconds to shoot here as David Doe pump fakes a three, drives it, kicks it out, an open look for Koiker for a three, and he swishes it home. The Tigers start out with the first bucket of the second half, making it 30-12, an 18-point lead for Harrisburg. Miles Drotzman on the far side of the court bounces it into Owen Eidsness, lofts it up to Abe O'Brien. He brings it baseline, ball knocked out of bounds there by Creighton Gibbon. Bucks ball. Right now, if you're Yankton, you got to start thinking, we've got to make our move. We cannot let this get any worse. We're down 18. We saw them come back from a 12-0 deficit. Can they do it now, down 18, as this one's stripped away out of the hands of Drotzman? David Doe got it. Abe O'Brien knocks it out of bounds on the fast break, possibly saving 2 points for his squad. A nice effort by Abe O'Brien. David Doe with it in the lane, spins, dishes it out. Gibbon takes the deep three, another swish. 2 threes to start the third quarter, and Harrisburg is up 21 points already. Beck Reichen swings it. Eidsness for the answer three. Yes! Owen Eidsness gets the three. His scoring has started off the assist from Beck Reichen. Stellan Larson with it. Kicks it out. Now driving is Gibbon. Laid it up with his left hand, couldn't get it to drop. Bucks move it left to right as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Yankton got a stop after a made three-pointer, Beck Reichen gets the screen from Conway. A pick and roll as Conway loses it. He's able to retain possession. He does take a couple dribbles, goes up strong. That one just put a little too much on it. Reason it's not a double dribble is because he lost possession. It was not a dribble. It just bounced back into him. Out they move it to Miles Knorr. He wants a three. He's got it. Right now, Harrisburg is shooting it incredibly well from beyond the arc. Back up to a 21-point difference with 5.5 to play in our third quarter of action. Beck Reichen with it, swings it far side Eidsness. Eidsness now to Conway. Conway tries to back down Stellan Larson. The turnaround jumper, no. And now moving quickly, David Doe gets the easy layup. That was just a busted play by the Bucks defense. Coach Haynes not happy with his squad after that one. He'll call a full timeout, and it's a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
Back to the floor. We're in the third quarter of action. 5:14 to play here. Bucks with the basketball. They trail 38-15. It's a 23-point difference. A couple of passes beyond the perimeter. Now up top. Miles Drotzman with it. Hands it off. Grady over to Eidsness. So Grady Walder and Jackson Kudera both entered the game out of that break. Kudera baseline, swings it out Reichen. He'll take it baseline. Gets stuffed, but finds a wide open Grady Walder for three. Walder knocks it in, and his first score of the night. (38-18). Yankton trails 20, 4:30 to play in our third quarter of action. On the near side here is Connor Clark. Goes down low with it, and a foul's going to be called as Stellan Larson was trying to get it down low. We'll see if it looks like it might be on Jackson Kudera. It is his first personal, team's first in the quarter. Again, for both sides, it's been fairly low fouls. Pretty clean game from each side. And now an inbound into Connor Clark. As I was just saying, a clean game and relatively low fouls. Miles Drotzman picks up his second. Clark will have 2 free throws on the way. Clark first of 2 falls. He's up to 4 points on the night. Checking in at the scorers table now is Tegan LaCroix. He'll come in for Owen Heidness of the Bucks. The Tigers with no change from coach Scott Langrock. Clark was good on the first. Looks to go 2 for 2 at this appearance at the line. He does so. That makes our score 40-18, favoring the visitors in Harrisburg. Beck Reichen over to Drotzman, nearly lost it. He does have his dribble yet, doesn't use it as he passes it. Tegan LaCroix into the corner 3. Kudera off the back iron. Stellan Larson brings it in. Bennett Jensen wants to push the pace for Harrisburg. A bounce pass over to Stellan behind the back. He gets cut off though. Great defense, Tegan LaCroix. They'll swing it over to the hands of Hudson Hillman, a sophomore who's in for the first time. And now another foul on Yankton. On the drive there was Owen Silliason. And picking up the foul is Beck Reichen, his second personal. Team's now third, as they've all been within the last couple of minutes of play. Tigers inbounded here as we're halfway through our third quarter of action. Silliason gets it up top. Swings it Connor Clark. Connor Clark still beyond the three-point line. Now to the hands of Hillman, who brings it to Jensen. Jensen drives, dishes it out. Stellan Larson, wide open 3 off the front iron. No good, but an offensive rebound for Silliason, who then gives it up to Larson, who drives and is fouled on the shot attempt. So just like that, 4 fouls already in this quarter against Yankton. This one will go against Tegan LaCroix. He's now got 2 personal. Team's fourth. Conway will check in after the first free throw. As Stellan Larson at the free throw line. Misses the first. Currently has 5 points. Looking for number 6 here. As Drotzman will head to the bench. Austin Conway in to rebound for the Bucks. Next free throw bounces around and through. As now Yankton trails 24. Beck Reichen swings it to Kudera. Kudera way beyond the arc. As Yankton finally brings it within that three-point line to Conway, finds an open Grady Walder, swings it instead. The smart pass and a triple knocked in from Beck Reichen. Grady Walder had a good look but decided to give it up to his guy who had a great look. Ball on the floor and a fight for it. And this one will be a jump ball. Possession arrow favors Yankton. Again, Grady Walder, a junior guard for this Bucks squad. Had a decent look up top, but he saw Beck Reichen when had a much better look. That's good ball movement. And more times than not, at 3 with that good of a look is falling for this Bucks squad. 42-21, the Bucks are doubled up here late in the third quarter. Kudera has it at the top. Now they swing it again. Reichen lost the basketball, but right to LaCroix, a mid-range jumper, left it short. Bennett Jensen now with it, pushes it up tempo. Harrisburg wants to move quick with it. Silliason down low, Larson. Larson back out to Silliason, pump fakes it, brings it into the lane. His pass goes out of bounds. A little miscommunication between him and sophomore Hudson Hillman. Be a turnover, and this Bucks defense does get a stop. The game has a total of 10.5 minutes to play. Yankton is going to need to pick up the pace if they want to make this close come the end of the game, as that one going to be a foul on Silliason. Got a hand on Tegan LaCroix, who is trying to reach his teammate up top. Beck Reichen inbound here for Yankton. Gives it up Conway. Conway hands it off, and it ends up right back with Beck Reichen, who gets a screen from Conway. Picks up his dribble over to Grady. Grady out to Conway. Conway hands it off Reichen. Lots of ball movement on this possession for Yankton. Kudera down low, short on the jumper. Up ahead, moving quickly are the Tigers. Stellan Larson can't get it to fall, but Tegan LaCroix gets it and brings it the other direction. Conway bumps Clark and is fouled, trying to get set up for a shot. Connor Clark picks up his first personal foul, team second. Conway at the elbow, gives it up, Beck Reichen. Reichen has to pick up his dribble. Grady Walder pump fakes. Still 28 to shoot, plenty of time on this possession. Lobbing it down low, Conway gets the bucket off of the dime from Jackson Kudera. Those two have been playing well together, and you should expect to see them both again next year on the team, as neither a senior. Kudera a sophomore, Conway a junior. Stellan Larson, corner three, it's up and good. Just when Yankton feels like they might get some momentum rolling back into this one, Harrisburg has an answer for it. 45-23, 67 seconds to play here in our third quarter. Beck Reichen works against Stellan Larson. Now gets the mismatch, but a nice job by Clark to stop him. Kudera swings it out Reichen. Grady Walder, the wide open look from three, a swish! Grady Walder knocks down his second three of the night. Up ahead, Siljason with it for the Tigers, as a little miscommunication on the Tigers offense and a short jumper, but an offensive rebound for Harrisburg. 3 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock, maybe only 2. They have a chance to take the final shot. They won't. Stellan Larson airballs the mid-range. The student section of Yankton's going to let him hear about that one. 25 seconds to play in our third quarter of action. Yankton slowly pulling it back in a little bit. They trailed by 23. It's now 18 and a chance for the final shot of the third, with just over 8 minutes to play in the game's entirety. Beck swings it to Kudera, now to Conway. 13 seconds. Conway finds himself open but doesn't look to shoot it. Kudera wants to drive, a floater gets it in. Jackson Kudera with 4 points in the game, as moving up ahead quickly is Bennett Jensen. His pass deflected, and Yankton a little bit of a drive to end the third quarter. It's 44-28, a 16-point difference. 8 minutes to play here in Yankton as the Bucks host the Tigers. It's all on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
After 3, it's 44-28 with Harrisburg leading the Yankton Bucks. 8 minutes to play here, as Yankton will need a heck of a comeback here to try and win this one. Tigers start with possession as the Harrisburg crowd is starting to clear out. Yankton loyal staying here. And now an offensive foul by the Tigers, and this one heading the other direction. Miles Knorr will pick up his first personal, team's first. 11 seconds into our fourth quarter of action. Can't get it all at once, but the Bucks have an opportunity to slowly chip away at this lead. Down 16 in an 8-minute quarter. They've got to win every minute by an average of 2 points as Conway brings it in. Put too much on the jumper. Didn't get the best look there. Coach Haynes probably wants to see his team set up a little bit better of an offense there. Koiker swings it. David Doe, open look from the corner three, no. LaCroix the rebound. Yankton moving quickly as LaCroix just forced to pick up his dribble. Gets it right back after Conway doesn't want it beyond the perimeter. Beck Reichen with it. Crosses over to the far side, gives it up LaCroix. LaCroix drives into the lane, fouled, count it, and one. Tegan LaCroix gets the bucket and a free throw on the way. The foul goes against David Doe, his second personal, team second. Less than a minute here into this fourth quarter, and that is one way the Bucks could slowly get back into this one, is by forcing Harrisburg into some foul trouble and shooting lots of free throws. The free throw attempt is good for Tegan LaCroix. And this game now, a 13-point difference. That's the first made free throw all night from the Bucks. As now a foul called on Yankton. I believe it's going against Tegan LaCroix. It will. His third personal, team's first. As I said for the Bucks, you got to win each minute by an average of 2 points. They did that in the first minute, in which they won by 3. Stellan Larson up top to Bennett Jensen. And now another foul called here as Yankton will pick up back-to-backs. And Tegan LaCroix out of nowhere has 4 personal fouls. He'll be forced to head to the bench. One more foul, he's out of this game, so Owen Eidsness will take his place. Tigers inbound it. Larson gets a good look off of it and lays it up for 2. Beck Reichen wanted to push the floor quickly, instead is forced to set up his offense. Works against Miles Knorr, gets a little bit of speed. His shot denied by Larson, but Larson's going to pick up the foul. More free throws coming up for the Bucks. In what was a pretty clean game, we've already got 5 total fouls here in the first 94 seconds of the fourth quarter. Larson picks up his third personal, team's third. Reichen at the free throw line for 2. First is good. Went 0 for 2 in his first trip. Trying to make up for that here late in the game as Abe O'Brien checks in for Austin Conway. It's a 14-point game. Reichen on his next free throw attempt. Sinks it as well. Now 2 for 4 on the night. He's got 7 points in this one. Some pressure, full court from Yankton. They get the steal. Grady Walder brings it the other direction as he's fouled. And now the 4th team foul on Harrisburg already. Yankton is slowly getting back into this one. They're fighting their case, saying it was a shooting foul. Instead, it's going to be on the floor. And the Yankton crowd is letting these officials hear it. The inbound, they got it in, then the pass bounced off of Harrisburg, goes out, and will just follow it up with another. The foul one against Bennett Jensen, his second personal, team's 4th. That's big for Yankton. Any fouls outside of possession fouls against Harrisburg will now result in bonus free throws. Inbound last second gets into Abe O'Brien near the elbow at the free throw line, spins it, left hand up, rims in and out, a fight for the rebound. Beck nearly had it. Instead, Stellan Larson gets it. A 13-point game, 6 minutes to play. To the corner they move it. Miles Knorr settles for a mid-range jumper. No. Beck Reichen the rebound. Reichen into the lane. Swings it out Kudera. Kudera pump fakes, and now he's into the lane. Picks up his dribble, swings it. Eidsness thought about the 3 multiple times, decided against it. Grady Walder picked up his dribble, looking for some help here. And he'll give it up now to Eidsness. 12 on the shot clock. Ryken thought about pulling up from way downtown. 5 seconds to shoot. Grady Walder got a good look off the back iron. No. Kudera fights for the rebound. He'll pick up a foul. That will be his second personal, team's third. Again, that's one of those fouls you probably don't mind as a coach. It's an effort foul. Fighting for that rebound, you just got your hands on the defender. And those are going to happen if you play aggressive. 5:10 to play in the game. 46-33, Harrisburg on top. Miles Knorr swings it up to Gibbon. Gibbon in the middle to Stellan Larson. Left-handed layup, no. But he's fouled by Abe O'Brien. That's Abe O'Brien's first personal, but now the team's fourth team. This comes down to it. They have no fouls to give the remainder of the way. Larson with 2 free throw attempts here. He's got 11 on the night. If he makes both, he'll lead both teams in scoring. Misses the first. Right now, the leading scorer is Cole Koiker with 12. Conway checks in for Yankton. He'll replace Abe O'Brien, who just picked up his first foul. Right now for Yankton, the only player in foul trouble is Tegan LaCroix with 4. Next free throw, a swish there for Stellan Larson, and a timeout. A full timeout wanted by Coach Langrock of the Tigers. We'll take it. A Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. This is Bucks basketball.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memories Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
5:02 to play in this one. Yankton has kept it just close enough where they have not been out of this game now. The largest lead of the night for Harrisburg was over 20. Right now it's a 14-point lead. 5 minutes to play. It's not insurmountable, but Yankton is going to have to play great from here on out. Cooter with it at the top. Shakes a little, lofts it up with his right hand. What an impressive bucket there from Jackson Kudera, who's up to 6 on the night. Now full court press from Yankton, who's brought it within 12. They'll swing it out. Koiker, another triple, yes. He's up to 15 and leads all scorers in the game. Ryken hands it off to Eidsness. Back to Ryken, now down low. They want Conway. Conway takes a few dribbles, spins in, gets the bucket. Conway with 12 points, all off of 2s. No free throws. No 3s, all work down low in the paint. 13 points, the difference. 4:05 to play now. Gibbon pushes it over to Jensen. Jensen up top. Now they move it to Knorr. Stellan Larson wants a 3. No good, it goes over the backboard. We'll stop play for a second. David Doe will check back in here for Yankton, for Harrisburg. No subs for Yankton. We are halfway through the fourth quarter of action. Beck Ryken going to be more than happy to just let the ball roll till it's near half court. Cooter with it, way beyond the three-point line. David Doe all over him on defense. Conway faked the screen and cut instead. Eidsness wants to take it, lays it in for 2. That's more what we're used to seeing from Owen Eidsness on the floor. It's an 11-point game as David Doe gets tripped up, and that's going to mean free throws for Harrisburg. Beck Reichen picks up his third personal and the team's fifth, which puts the Tigers in bonus for the remainder of the game. The opposite of what Yankton needed was free throws for the Tigers. David Doe at the free throw line, bounces it around and no good. Yankton a sigh of relief, hoping for another one of those. The Bucks floor made up of Grady Walder, Beck Reichen, Jackson Kudera, Austin Conway, and Owen Eidsness. On the flip side, Connor Clark, Stellan Larson, David Doe, Miles Knorr, and Cole Koiker as the next one rims in and out and Conway pulls it in. Well, the saying is no harm, no foul. We'll still have the foul, but no points added on for the Tigers after going 0 for 2 at the line. 3:20 to play. Yankton trails 11. Kudera finds himself wide open and gets the 2. It's a 9-point game. Yankton has brought this back within single digits. And now a foul called on Jackson Kudera. The Bucks thought they had an offensive foul against Harrisburg. More free throws for the Tigers. What a momentum shift that would have been for Yankton had that been a turnover. Instead, Kudera picks up his third personal. Just when he thought this game might be all but wrapped up, Yankton shows some energy and has worked their way back into it. Bennett Jensen knocks the first of 2 down. Tegan LaCroix is checked back in place of Grady Walder. No, Owen Eidsness will now check out. At first, Grady Walder was heading the other way, and then it was changed to Owen Eidsness by Coach Haynes. Jensen at the line, a chance to make it an 11-point game. He does just that. Yankton trailing double digits, just over 3 to play in this one. Beck Reichen crosses the timeline, directing his traffic. Hands it off to Walder. Walder over to Kudera. Yankton's going to probably need some 3-point attempts here. Kudera stopped at the elbow. Now Conway picks up his dribble, just has to give it up to Reichen. Reichen drives with it, loses it. Stellan Larson on the steal. Moves it quickly up the floor, but now slows it down, hands it off to Bennett Jensen. A clean pickpocket there by Tegan LaCroix, who brings it the other direction. Fouled, gets the bucket, and the free throw. Tegan LaCroix, the steal, the bucket, and an and one as that replay brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. Second generation family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton Athletics since 1981. That's Yankton Winnelson, our stream's highlight sponsor. No good, but an offensive rebound. Conway to Eidsness, misses the 3. A fight for the rebound, knocked out of bounds by Harrisburg. Yankton is not out of it. 2:31 to play with a 9-point deficit and possession of the basketball. It is a 3-possession game. Of course, that would have to be 3 threes for Yankton. As inbounding it here was Beck Reichen. Got it into LaCroix. LaCroix picks up his dribble. That pass deflected and intercepted. Connor Clark the steal for the Tigers. It's building up to be a great final 2 minutes here on the floor. As Stellan Larson knocked Beck Reichen to the floor, the Bucks fans wanted a call. Again, not going to get one. Both teams in the bonus. On offense is Harrisburg. 2:03 to play, 12 on the shot clock. Connor Clark swings it over to Gibbon. Gibbon to Bennett Jensen. Back to Gibbon. Gibbon pump fakes, drives into the lane, goes up with it, left it short. Offensive foul. Yankton gets a much needed stop. They trail 9. Just under 2 minutes to play here, as now checking in late will be Grady Walder in place of Owen Eidsness. Lots of subbing here late for Coach Haynes, who has his team with just a chance in this one late. Once again, you just can't count out this Bucks team. They were down by as much as 24 It's now a 9-point game. Cooter finds Walder down low, forced to pick up his dribble, finds Conway, but he can't get the easy bucket. That would have made it a 7-point game. Yankton cannot give up any points pretty much from here on out. And now a timeout called by Coach Langrock, a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. We'll be back in a moment.
Hi, this is Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. Merry Christmas! I have everything for your holiday gifting for the ladies, the kids, including gift certificates. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
An exciting one here tonight. It's 52-43. Harrisburg currently leads over the Yankton Bucks, but Yankton has slowly crept their way back into this one. A 9-point difference after Harrisburg led by 24 earlier in the game. Tigers with possession here, 91 seconds to play. Yankton needs a stop, and they're going to need a lot of points on the other end. On the inbound, they get it into Gibbon. Gibbon has Eidsness meet him at the half-court line. Throws it over to Knorr. Now Clark with it. To Gibbon, 13 seconds to shoot here for Harrisburg. Miles Knorr back up to Bennett Jensen. Jensen spins, 3 seconds to shoot. Dishes it out. Gibbon for three, short. Tegan LaCroix the rebound. Yankton with a minute to play. They trail 9. They need points. Jackson Kudera on the drive. He's fouled. Left it short, but 2 free throws coming his way. Connor Clark can't believe he's being called for a foul here. Kudera to the free throw line. Yankton has only made 3 tonight. First of 2. Yes. Kudera to go for 2, in and out, no! Offensive rebound, Drotzman, but his shot denied. Harrisburg on the other end with it, driving is Knorr, he's fouled by Reichen, and now Reichen can't believe he's called for a foul. You know, it was a fairly clean game until this fourth quarter. Now both sides are kind of like, hey, what happened? We were playing like this earlier. A little tightening up here on the foul calls here on each side. And the first of 2 is good for Miles Knorr. He brings it back to a 9-point difference. And the next one also good. That will make this a 10-point game with 46 seconds to go. We'll see how Yankton plays it. They're going to need to shoot, and they're going to need to do it quickly. Reichen fires it out. Eidsness for 3. Off the front iron, no. And Stellan Larson gets the rebound for the Tigers. As now some pressure full court. Eidsness pokes it free. It goes out of bounds. Nearly had it. And now you wonder, with 27.5 seconds to play, you're down 10. Does Yankton foul, or do you just try to force a turnover? Knorr gets it into Gibbon. Gibbon up ahead to the half-court line to Bennett Jensen. And now, under 20 seconds to play, and more likely than not, this will be our final score. Never mind. Owen Eidsness pickpockets. Kudera goes the other way, gets the layup. And now a timeout called by Coach Haynes, I believe. With 10 seconds to play, his team down 8. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break, and our final break before we wrap this one up in Yankton.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Out of the break, we've got 10 seconds to play here. Yankton trails 54-46 to the Harrisburg Tigers. It's an 8-point difference. On the inbound, Harrisburg. Gibbon forced to call a timeout. It would have been a 5-second violation had Gibbon not turned around and called a timeout, as that one is the 4th of 5 called for Harrisburg. Both coaches now with one timeout left in their pocket. The Bucks just trying to force a turnover. We'll leave it here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear, joined by Justin Paisano, running camera and stream tonight. Where else would you want to be on a Friday night except for watching basketball? Harrisburg to inbound again. Drotzman defending. Gibbon looking for anything, gets it in to Stellan Larson, and up ahead now are the Tigers. They'll be able to hang on to the basketball and wrap this one up here tonight, as the Bucks fall 54-46, your final score. They'll start their season 0-1 for Harrisburg. They'll start out 1-0. Coach Scott Langrock gets his first win of the season. Coach Haynes and his Bucks will have to wait until next Tuesday to try and get that to happen for them. That is the last of 8 quarters of play tonight from the Yankton High School Gymnasium. We now enter our First Dakota National Bank postgame. We should hear from head coach Chris Haynes of the Bucks during our postgame show. We'll have your final stats, scores around the state, and what is up and coming for Bucks and Gazelles basketball. You want to keep it tuned here again for the First Dakota National Bank postgame show on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
My name is Taylor Reining, and at Elkhorn Valley Bank and Trust, there really is a difference. So Elkhorn Valley Bank is different from other institutions because we value our customers and we want them to feel valued. Our customers will walk in the door and we'll greet them by name. We know who their kids are, we know what their background is, we can ask them how things are going, and we pick up where we left off from the last time that they were in. Elkhorn Valley Bank, great for you, great for your community.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech. Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up, and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal substation, take and bake for breakfast, and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605 655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers, and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memory Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memory Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
And back on our First Go to National Bank post-game show, also our corporate sponsor. First Go has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Your final stats for the Yankton Bucks: Beck Reichen with 7 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Owen Isaacs with 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Abe O'Brien wraps up the game with 1 steal. Miles Drotzman with 2 rebounds and a steal. Austin Conway had 12 points, 5 rebounds, and an assist. Off the bench, Jackson Kudera, 11 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. Tegan LaCroix off the bench, 5 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. And Grady Walder with 6 points, 2 assists, and a steal off the bench. Some great contributions off of the bench for this Bucks squad, but it wasn't enough as they fall 54-46 to the Harrisburg Tigers. It's time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. Tonight's hot hands of the game belong to Austin Conway. 12 points, 5 rebounds, and an assist. We saw a couple of nice moves down low, and for him, no free throws. All 12 points coming off of field goal attempts for the starter. A couple of other notable players who had good games were Jackson Cooter with 11 points, 3 boards, and an assist. Grady Walder, 6 points, 2 assists, and a steal. And Beck Reichen with 7 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Coming up for both the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles, this upcoming Tuesday, the Gazelles will be at Sioux Falls, Washington. That's at 7 o'clock. That'll be on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'll be there to cover that, and then we will also be in coverage of the Bucks home game against Sioux Falls, Washington at the same time and day. That'll be on Yankton streaming on YouTube exclusively. Then for the Gazelles, they don't have anything until after Christmas break. For the Bucks, they get in one more game. That's on the 19th, so next Friday at Sioux Falls Lincoln at 7 o'clock, the Bucks will take them on. Again, that will be on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. And then out of the Christmas break, both teams will play on the 3rd, and it will be split at home and one at home. It'll be the Bucks at home. The Gazelles on the road against Aberdeen Central. That is a Saturday game on January 3rd. Still no sign of head coach Chris Haynes. We'll await. We'll continue our First Go to National Bank post-game show and more on the way on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
As we continue on our First Go to National Bank post-game show, you had your hot hands of the game brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. It was Junior Austin Conway. Coming up for both the Bucks and Gazelles will be in action on Tuesday against Sioux Falls, Washington. Bucks at home, Gazelles on the road. Gazelles will be on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. And Bucks will be on Yankton streaming on YouTube exclusively as the Bucks fall tonight to the Harrisburg Tigers. Your final score 54-46 as the Bucks have exited the locker room and still waiting on head coach Chris Haynes of the Bucks. And a look around the state for other scores in AA. Starting out with girls basketball. Number 4 ranked Sioux Falls Jefferson defeated Sioux Falls Roosevelt with your final score 59-48. Sioux Falls Washington beat Sioux Falls Lincoln 57-12 in a game that went to overtime. Home team snuck out the win with Brookings defeating Watertown 43-41. Earlier tonight we saw Harrisburg beating Yankton 60-38. T-Area beat Huron 64-46. And the Gazelles were supposed to have played Huron earlier this week, but a game that was postponed due to possible weather. Spearfish, who's receiving votes, defeated Belle-Fourche 50-33 at home. Aberdeen Central, who's receiving votes, defeated Rapid City Central 53-32. Both teams actually are receiving votes. So you got to wonder if Aberdeen Central might make the jump up and Rapid City Central maybe get bumped down. And in the final game, in girls AA, Rapid City Stevens defeated Pure TF Riggs 59-27. Over to the boys' side, some games still going on or with no updates. Sioux Falls Roosevelt defeated Sioux Falls Jefferson 63-58. A great game at Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Both of those teams receiving votes, and about as close of a game as you can ask for, only a 5-point difference. In a game that went to overtime, number 5 ranked O'Gorman defeats number 2 ranked Brandon Valley. The final overtime score, 48-41. Number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln ended up winning over Sioux Falls Washington, who's receiving votes 66-59. As we saw on the floor here tonight, Harrisburg defeated Yankton the Bucks 54-46. At the start of the fourth quarter, Watertown currently leads Brookings 52-28. Rapid City Central defeated Aberdeen Central 66-38. Pure TF Riggs was able to win over Rapid City Stevens 62-54. In a tight one with 4 minutes left in the game, T-Area, who's receiving votes, currently leads Huron, the number 3 ranked team, 52-48. Again, 4 minutes to play in that one and a 4-point difference. That should be a good one we'll keep an eye on. And then at half, Belle-Fourche is currently on top of Spearfish, who was receiving votes coming into the season. At half, it's 38-17 with Belle-Fourche on top. We'll take our final break of the night. And when we return, we'll have our chat with head coach Chris Haynes.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District is your Hallmark headquarters this holiday season. Buy your Hallmark Christmas ornaments, nativity scenes, willow tree, and precious moments there. Find wedding and anniversary gifts and single-serve Abdullah chocolates along with the new item, Gone Nuts. Yankton Rexall Pharmacy is there to help you with all your questions and prescription needs. Holiday shopping begins at the Yankton Rexall in downtown Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
My name is Taylor Reining, and at Elkhorn Valley Bank and Trust, there really is a difference. So Elkhorn Valley Bank is different from other institutions because we value our customers and we want them to feel valued. Our customers will walk in the door and we'll greet them by name. We know who their kids are, we know what their background is, we can ask them how things are going, and we pick up where we left off from the last time that they were in. Elkhorn Valley Bank, great for you, great for your community.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
And back on our First Dakota post-game show, still waiting on head coach Chris Haynes for our post-game interview. The Yankton Bucks fall to the Harrisburg Tigers. Your final score, 54-46. It was a game of ups and downs for the Bucks, and kind of similar to what we saw from the Gazelles earlier on the night. Really just ups and downs. You had your runs where you looked really good, competed well, but then you had runs where you gave up consecutive buckets to the opposing team. As the Tigers started up 12-0 on this Bucks team, then they stormed right back in it to make it a 12-10 game. So only a 2-point difference. But then to close out the half, Harrisburg went on a 15-2 run, which put them up 15 points entering the half. Then they ended up just extending their lead to start that second half of action. They got up to a 24-point lead over the Bucks. Bucks then slowly chipped their way back into it and were able to make it a very manageable game. We had it at a 9-point game with a few minutes left in the game. That's certainly not undoable. To start the fourth quarter, it was a 16-point difference with the Tigers on top. And really just kudos to the Bucks. That's something this team will always do. They always fight till the end, even when it seems like they've got no chance. They just continue to play, continue to put their best foot forward, and that's what we saw tonight. Unfortunately, it just was not enough as they do fall to Harrisburg. So they'll be 0-1 to start their season. The Tigers, who are coming off a state champion, or not state championship, but a state tournament appearance in which they lost in that third-place game to Sioux Falls Lincoln, getting fourth in AA. Just a good start to their season with a win over a gritty Bucks team. And Coach Langrock talked about it. He said it's not easy winning in Yankton, and pretty much exactly what he expected is what he saw out of the Bucks team today, as now head coach Chris Haynes making his way up here to chat with us. We'll get him situated for that interview. And Coach, the first game of the season, your final score 54-46, and just a tough game, but your team fought hard till the end, and that's something we've come to know out of every team that Yankton has, really.
Yeah, I didn't think we got off to a good start. Obviously, that's disappointing. You know, you're opening up on Friday night at home, and you're hoping that you have a lot of energy and come out of the gate swinging and make some shots and get the crowd into the game. And it was the opposite. You got to give Harrisburg credit for that. You know, they came out and made a couple plays early, got up 12-0. And then our kids, I thought, settled in a little bit. We made the next 10 points and got it back to 12-10. I think it was 12-6 at the quarter. Start the second quarter, we got it to 12-10. And then we didn't play very good for like a 6-minute stretch in the half. You know, and that was disappointing because I think we did some good things, but we just didn't convert offensively, or we wouldn't finish possessions with a defensive rebound, just little things like that. But like you said, in the second half, give our guys credit. They came back out and played hard, and so we're proud of them for that. Obviously disappointed in the end result and the fact that, you know, we couldn't get a win on opening night here at home and had so much fun stuff going on. But, you know, it's game number one, and obviously you play in a good team with Harrisburg, and they exposed some things that we definitely have to work on. But I thought we had some things, some positives too, that we have to build on.
And let's talk about both those positives and what you'd like to see improve moving forward.
Yeah, they got to get better defensively. I just thought, and give Harrisburg credit, they're really hard to guard. You know, I've always said that they can put 5 guys out there and even guys off the bench that can shoot it. And you got 5 guys out there that can all shoot it. They can all put it on the floor. They're quick, can get to the paint, and they're good passers. And that's really hard to guard. And we struggled with that all night and losing guys and obviously losing shooters. We were just kind of a half a step behind them. But that's because they're pretty good. So we got to shore up some things defensively and get more connected on the defensive end. Offensively, I thought we did some nice things. Obviously, Austin Conway inside did some good things, and when we played through him, good things happened. And so we got to obviously continue to do that. And then I thought our actions were pretty good. We got good movement off of those and some good looks at times. And so we just got to do a better job of capitalizing on our opportunities when we get them.
And just looking at it, your bench actually scored 22 of your 46 points, nearly 50%. I mean, what does that say about the guys you have on your rotation?
Yeah, I think we got 8, 9 guys, maybe even 10, that all right now on any given night can go out and make some baskets and have a good night. So, and we'll ride that if we got some guys off the bench that are playing well. They'll know that, and I think it's important for our guys to understand it's not who starts the game, but it's who's playing well and who finishes the game for us. And I think you'll see throughout the season that any given night there might be a different lineup that's playing well together for whatever reasons and ends up on the floor at the end of the game.
And now coming up next Tuesday, you'll be at home against Sioux Falls, Washington, the opponent. Your thoughts on that and how do you get ready for it?
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. I think they played a close one with Sioux Falls Lincoln tonight, it sounds like. And most people got Sioux Falls Lincoln as preseason number 1 with all the talent they got coming back. And I'm just telling you, Washington is super talented as well. They're so quick and fast. They got a big kid that moved in, which we're going to have to watch the film tonight and this weekend to see what kind of player he is. The Woods kid is an unbelievable athlete. They just got athletes, and like I said, they're extremely fast and quick. And so taking care of the basketball is going to be a huge premium come Tuesday night against those guys. Like I said, there's no time to feel sorry for yourself. You got to dust yourself off and get ready to come back and compete again on Tuesday.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time as always. Look forward to seeing your team on the floor coming up on Tuesday, and we'll chat before then.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks. As we about wrap it up here, a doubleheader tonight as the Bucks and Gazelles hosted the Harrisburg Tigers for the final time tonight. I'm Zach Spear alongside Justin Paisano. Have a great rest of your night. We'll get you back to your regular programming on Classic Hits 106.3, and until next time on Yankton Streaming on YouTube.
This has been a presentation of Yankton High School basketball from 5 Star Communications. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for all Yankton athletics. Go Bucks and Gazelles!